Good morning, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Our first witness today is Rachel Scarrabelotti. Please, could the witness be sworn?
I'd like to stand up, please. Hold the Bible and repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and
nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Please sit down.
Please give your full name.
Rachel Scarrabelotti.
Ms. Scarrabelotti, you've provided 6 statements to the inquiry.
Yes.
The first 5 of which are corporate statements, which you've provided in your capacity as Company Secretary of Post Office Limited. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Your 6th statement to the inquiry, in your 6th statement, you've given responses to questions directed to you personally concerning matters which have arisen during your employment as Company Secretary. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
My questions for you today will be focused upon your 6th witness statement, but before we begin examining your evidence, there are some formalities we need to go through to confirm that the contents of your statements are all true and whether you wish to make any corrections. Is that clear?
Yes.
Thank you. I propose to deal with your statements in date order, which takes them slightly out of sequence. Could we begin, please, with your 2nd statement to the inquiry that's dated the 16th of February 2024? That statement bears the reference WITN 111-20200. Do you have a copy of that statement?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
It should run to 40 pages. Could I ask you please to turn to page 36? Do you see your signature there?
Yes, I do.
Is the content of that statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Turning then to what's described as your first statement, that one is dated the 20th of February, so post-dates your 2nd statement. And it bears the reference WITN 111-20100. Do you have a copy of that statement in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. That statement runs to 63 pages. Could I ask you please to turn to page 50?
Yes.
Do you see your signature there?
Yes.
Is the content of that statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Your 3rd statement then, please, bears the reference WITN 111-20300. It's dated the 13th of March 2024. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
That runs to 93 pages but includes a lengthy exhibit. Could I ask you please to turn to page 15 of that statement?
Yes.
Do you see your signature there?
Yes, I do.
And is the content of that statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Your 4th statement, please, bears the reference WITN 111-20400. It's dated the 28th of March of this year and runs to 50 pages. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Could I ask you please to turn to page 33?
Yes.
Do you see your signature there?
Yes, I do.
Is the content of that statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Next, your 5th statement, please, dated the 19th of July 2024. It bears the reference WITN 111-20500. It's 3 pages in length, containing a correction to your 2nd witness statement. At page 3, please, do you see your signature?
Yes, I do.
And is the content of that statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Finally then, dealing with your 6th statement to the inquiry dated the 29th of August 2024. Have you got a copy of that statement in front?
Yes, I do.
That runs to 85 pages. Can I ask you please to turn to page 83?
Yes.
Do you see your signature there?
Yes, I do.
I understand there are some corrections that you wish to make in relation to this statement. Is that correct?
Yes, please.
So firstly, at paragraph 44, subparagraph C, on page 29. Do you have that before you?
Yes, I do.
At the end of the 2nd line, it reads, "This is an executive-level committee." So this is a reference to the Historical Remediation Unit.
Yes.
You describe it as an executive-level committee charged with operational responsibility for the delivery of remediation matters. Is it correct that it is in fact a business unit rather than an executive level committee?
Yes, that's right.
And therefore you would like that to be amended to reflect the correct position?
That's right, yes.
Then at para 86, please, on page 56 of your statement. You date the review carried out by Ernst & Young of the Post Office's whistleblowing policies as the 1st of June 2023. Should that in fact read the 26th of April 2023?
That's right, yes.
Thank you. Finally, at paragraph 113 on page 68, you refer to the Post Office's group legal policy, which you say there has previously been disclosed to the inquiry. Is it in fact right that the policy had not been disclosed as at the date on which you signed your statement?
That's right, yes.
It has now been disclosed,
Yes.
And it bears the reference POL 00460567. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Subject to the corrections which you've just made, is the content of your 6th statement dated the 29th of August of this year true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. You are currently employed as the company secretary of Post Office Limited, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Before we examine your role as company secretary, I want to ask you some brief questions about your background, please. You studied law and were later admitted as a barrister to the Supreme Court of Queensland, the Federal Court of Australia, and the High Court of Australia in 2002. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
The following year, you were admitted as a solicitor to the Supreme Court of Queensland and the Australian Capital Territory. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
You spent your early legal career working in corporate real estate and real estate investment management in both Brisbane, Australia, and in London. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
In 2011, you were appointed senior legal counsel and company secretary in the investment arm of the construction and real estate business conducted by Lend-Lease. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
You transferred to the company's London office in early 2018 to become legal counsel and company secretary for the Europe, Middle East and Africa region. Is that correct?
That's right, yes.
In that role, you oversaw the corporate governance arrangements of approximately 260 subsidiary companies. Is that right?
Yes.
And you later qualified as a Chartered Secretary and Governance Professional with the Chartered Governance Institute UK and Ireland in 2022.
That's right, yes.
Was that before or after you joined the Post Office as Company Secretary?
That was before.
So turning then to your role as Company Secretary of Post Office,
Yes.
you joined the Post Office in March 2022, is that correct?
That's right, yes.
But you weren't formally admitted or appointed into the role of Company Secretary until April, is that right?
That's right, yes.
You explain in your statement that part of your role as Company Secretary is to provide independent advice to the board on corporate governance matters, is that right?
That's right, yes.
In your role as Company Secretary, you report to the General Counsel of the Post Office, is that right?
That's right, yes.
Do you think that reporting to the General Counsel affects your ability to provide independent advice to the Post Office Board?
No.
And why is that?
I suppose whilst my reporting line is through to the General Counsel, I am ultimately accountable to the Chair and to the Board. So I don't feel that my independence is at all compromised by virtue of my reporting line.
Thank you. Could I ask you please just to speak a little louder?
Sure, yep.
I think like me, quite softly spoken, but... In between. I understand if you sit
Or
in between them,
Yeah, sure.
that's meant to be optimal.
Okay.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you some questions now about your training and induction into the role of Company Secretary. In your statement, you explained you had a handover meeting with your predecessor
Yes,
and that she supplied you with some handover notes. Is that right?
that's right, yes.
Is it right that you did not take part in any formal induction program and you were not provided with any specific induction materials?
Yes, so certainly nothing specific.
You undertook some general training applicable to all new entrants. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
As well as a series of training courses addressing a range of topics such as money laundering, data protection, bribery and whistleblowing. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
What was your perception at the time you joined as to the adequacy of your training and induction?
It was very minimal, what I received, and it did make it more difficult to get to grips with my role in good time. It made it harder to do the role.
Forgive me. Can you elaborate a little? In what sense did it make it more difficult for you?
Well, I think as company secretary, you need a deep understanding of the key issues that are facing the company. And I think if you're briefed very specifically on those issues, then that helps you to navigate those, with greater ease.
So is it the case that you ended up learning on your feet
Yes, very much.
of these issues in the role
Yes.
that you've taken on? Did you raise any concerns at the time about the quality and scope of the training and induction which you'd received?
No.
What changes do you think need to be made to improve that situation?
I think for anyone coming into the company secretarial team or the executive team or the company generally, I think that they need to be briefed very specifically on the main issues that are of relevance, to the company.
And what do you, in your role now, what do you consider to be the main issues affecting the company?
Well, it's probably all of the issues that go to our core priorities. So our core priorities are transforming technology, rebuilding trust, and improving branch technology. So I think if people understand the different issues sitting behind each of those priorities and how they can align their efforts with those priorities, I think that would be very insightful.
Forgive me, I think there's still some difficulty in hearing your...
Sorry, I'll try to be... Sorry, pardon me. Yeah.
Thank you. In your role as company secretary, you receive requests for matters to be raised with and or discussed at meetings of the board. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
You then decide first whether the matter is sufficiently important to warrant being considered by the board. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And secondly, if the matter does justify the board's time, whether it should be dealt with by way of an oral presentation or simply as a noting paper. Is that correct?
That's right, yes.
Can you please describe the criteria you use to determine which matters go to the board and which should be decided in other groups or committees?
Well, it's probably looking at the matters reserved for the board document, which demarcates very clearly where different items need to come to the board for decision, and then it sets out which matters are delegated to subsidiary boards or which matters are delegated to committees of the board, and then it also sets out which matters are delegated to the executive. So I'll probably use that as my starting point.
And from there?
From there, I guess if there's, that there can be matters where it's less clear. For example, where the financial delegation to the executive, a matter could be within that, but because of the risk profile associated with the item, it would still be something that you would want to come to board. So it's looking at it through that additional lens as well.
In your statement, you characterise your approach in this way. You say, while I am required to exercise a degree of judgment in relation to the strategic importance of potential matters when initially deciding on their inclusion, I generally adopt an over-inclusive approach and err on the side of caution. Is that right?
Yes.
One of the issues you identify in your statement concerning the governance of the post office relates to the length of the board papers and their focus on operational matters. Is that right?
Yes.
What do you consider to be the underlying cause or causes of that issue?
Sorry, that the board papers are...
Their length and their focus on operational matters.
I think that people can treat the board sometimes as a confessional. So thinking that if they bring all the information that they have to board and tell the board everything, that it will somehow alleviate them of their responsibility.
What are the consequences, do you think, from a governance perspective of the board being overburdened with the detail of operational matters?
I think that it blurs lines of accountability. I think that respect perhaps is lost for the board because they're associated with operational matters which are for the executive, and that the board ultimately doesn't get to fulfil their proper function and be the board.
Do you think that your own approach of being over-inclusive in relation to the board agenda items might be contributing to that problem?
Possibly, but I would say that we do go through an exercise with it was the CEO, now it's the acting CEO and the Chief of Staff, where we do look to whittle down the first agenda that the draft agenda that I prepare. And, we need to make some tough decisions about what actually does go to the board. And, matters too can be deferred to later agendas. But I don't think it does contribute.
You've described there a process of consultation.
Yes.
With some of the senior executives of the company. Does it follow that decisions as to precisely what goes to the board doesn't rest solely on your shoulders?
That's right. So as I say, the acting CEO and the Chief of Staff will have a look initially at the proposed draft agenda. They will have insights as to what's happening in the business and whether or not certain matters are actually ready to come. There'll be some reduction to the agenda through that process. And the draft agenda also goes to the strategic executive group, who will be given an opportunity to comment, to feed in, and their comments are taken on board. So it's certainly not just me devising the agenda, and then ultimately I send the agenda to the chair as well. And the chair themselves needs to be happy and content with what's proposed, or perhaps it's just content with what is proposed to come to the board.
Thank you. What, if any, changes have been implemented to address the problem you've described about the length of board papers and their focus on operational matters?
So since the interim chair joined, we've brought in new restrictions on paper length to try to ensure that papers are more strategically focused, so they're more pithy, more punchy, and so paper authors, you don't have a lot of opportunity, I guess. You've got to get in there in the paper pretty quick, smart, advise, what you want, why you want it, and get out. So I think that's helping, having a more restricted paper length. That's probably one of the main changes.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to a new topic, please, concerning your knowledge of the Horizon IT system.
Yes.
Prior to joining the Post Office, you had some awareness, you say, of the issues relating to Horizon from information reported in the media. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Since you joined the Post Office in March 2020, you say you've completed a short training session relating to the outcome of the group litigation. Is that
yes.
right? And you've also reviewed materials submitted to the board and executive meetings relating to Horizon and in particular the programme to replace it. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
In your statement, you say that you've developed some understanding of the Horizon IT system from reading those materials. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please, could we take a brief look at what you say on this topic at paragraph 8 of your statement. So this is statement number 6, WITN 111200600, at page 4, please. Thank you. So if we could scroll down, please, to paragraph 8. Thank you. So 4 lines down, forgive me, 5 lines down, you say this: from the materials I've reviewed, my understanding is that whilst there have been different versions of Horizon provided since it was first introduced, the Horizon IT system is considered to be aged and difficult to update in the case of new products. Just pausing there, from where within the Post Office do you understand this information about Horizon to originate?
Sort of in relation to it being aged and difficult to update, well, probably from the IT function, yeah.
What have you gleaned from reading the materials submitted to the board and the Strategic Executive Group about the reliability of the current version of Horizon?
I understand that it is thought to be reasonably reliable.
You go on to say in your statement, I have also attended employee sessions introducing MBIT, which have highlighted to me the more labour-intensive nature of the Horizon IT system for postmasters, for example, in terms of the training required and transaction times, along with difficulties for postmasters in extracting transaction data from Horizon. The inquiry has heard evidence about the significant challenges which have beset the new branch IT programme. What is your view as Company Secretary as to the adequacy of reporting to the board on the problems which have been experienced with that programme?
So I understand that the problems are in relation to delays, problems in relation to costs, and then also problems in relation to the numbers of defects, so bugs, errors, defects in the system. So sort of as pretty much a standing agenda item, pretty much since I joined Post Office, on the board agenda would be an update on the progress of the NBIT SPM program. So, I mean, it's very difficult to say. I mean, we sort of rely very much on the executive to be bringing forward, program reports. But the board, absolutely has been periodically, regularly updated on the program by the executive.
Do you consider that the updates the board has received have been both accurate and timely in relation to those problems which you've described?
I don't think so, to be honest.
In your statement, you describe the many initiatives. So I'm going to move on, please, to the cultural attitudes within the Post Office to postmasters. In your statement, you describe the many initiatives which have been launched to bring about cultural change within the Post Office.
Yes.
These include the establishment of an improvement delivery group.
Yes.
The creation of an ethos programme.
Yes.
The establishment of a dedicated committee and unit to deal with remediation issues.
Yes.
And the creation of a new postmaster director role within the executive team of the Post Office.
That's right, yes.
There are more, but those perhaps some of the major initiatives that have been undertaken. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
Would it be fair to say that you don't believe these initiatives have been entirely successful in bringing about cultural change, the cultural change which is needed within the Post Office?
Yes, I think that's fair.
You identify in your statement a number of factors which you believe have impeded the progress of cultural change. I wonder if we could look, please, at paragraph 50 of your statement, where you set out some of these factors. That's at page 37, please. So one of the first factors you identify is the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and the result this had, initially requiring individuals to work from home and subsequently the less frequent attendance in the office. Is that correct?
Yes.
Secondly, you refer here to the large number of fixed-term contract employees within the Post Office working both within the remediation unit and in the delivery of the MBIT programme.
Yes.
And finally, you say this, please. So this is 4 lines up from the bottom. You say another consideration is whether the above activities to drive cultural change have been as effective as possible, particularly having regard to the long tenure of some Post Office employees who may have held certain views for an extended period of time. I'd like to ask you some questions about that final comment, please. The inquiry has heard evidence from 2 postmaster non-executive directors that there's a prevailing attitude within the Post Office that postmasters are guilty and on the take. Are those the types of views to which you are referring here?
Yes, I think my point there was just to say that, where there have been employees who have served in the business perhaps for a number of years and, were previously part of, the Royal Mail Group, joined Post Office, have remained with Post Office post-separation, that perhaps culturally they're in a different place to others at Post Office.
What exactly do you mean when you say that they're in a different place?
In terms of their attitudes towards postmasters.
As to their guilt?
I think as to their honesty, yes.
As to their honesty and their integrity?
Yes.
Do you consider that these views remain prevalent within a particular area of the business or are widespread across the Post Office?
I don't think that they're widespread or prevalent, but I think my point here was just to say, given the long-serving tenure of certain employees, that it can be difficult to achieve cultural change in those circumstances.
You've referred in your statement to an engagement survey which was undertaken with Post Office employees earlier this year.
Yes.
I'd like to ask you about one of the themes which emerged from that survey, please.
Sure.
That document bears the reference POL 00446681. Could that please be shown on the screen? Thank you. If we could turn, please, to the second page, we can see there a high-level summary of the themes which emerged from the responses to that survey. Under number 3, please, it reads, poor communication is driving a lack of confidence in Post Office and senior management from other colleagues. This is directly impacting their sense of pride and belief in Post Office. This appears to be exacerbated at present because Post Office's communications are driven and controlled by the external narrative. What do you understand, please, by that final reference to the Post Office's communications being driven and controlled by an external narrative?
I think the point there is that there's been a few unfortunate incidents where the media has reported on different circumstances arising at post office, and the reporting has taken place ahead of employee colleagues being advised. So I think that does make it very, very difficult.
Is the phrase external narrative one which is, to your knowledge, widely used within the post office? Is it something with which you're familiar as a term?
No, I don't, not particularly familiar with that phrase.
Could it be referring, do you think, to the external pressure to exonerate and compensate postmasters who were held liable for shortfalls shown by Horizon?
Possibly.
Does this theme demonstrate, do you think, that there are many within the post office who disagree with that narrative, that to say that pressure to exonerate and compensate postmasters?
I don't think that that's true.
One of the issues on which the inquiry has heard evidence already in this phase concerns the suitability of certain post office employees to hold roles within the remediation unit due to their historic involvement, for example, in the conduct of audits and investigations. Were you aware of the concerns expressed by the postmaster non-executive directors earlier this year about the progress being made to address the potential conflicts of interest within that unit?
Yes.
Do you consider that the senior executive team has given that issue sufficient prominence and priority in light of the ongoing cultural problems which exist within the organisation?
I think in recent times they have, yes.
And by recent times, you mean?
Probably over the course of this year.
From a governance perspective, do you consider that this is an issue on which the board of the post office should have greater oversight and input than it currently does?
I think that they've had a reasonable amount of oversight. The matter Past Roles Review Project Phoenix has come to the board absolutely periodically. I think the board are probably due for another comprehensive update sort of around this time.
Forgive me, the board is due an update?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to a new topic, please, concerning the culture and composition of the Post Office Board.
Yes.
And the senior executive team. You've explained in your statement that it's difficult to identify a discernible culture within the Post Office Board due to the high turnover of directors in recent years. Is that right?
That's right.
One concern you raise in your statement relates to the diversity of board members.
Yes.
In what respects do you consider the diversity of the Post Office Board could be improved?
Well, definitely gender diversity. So currently we have 2 female directors, which is sort of, tracking sort of well below, sort of generally accepted percentages for, the composition of boards as to gender. I think in terms of ethnic diversity as well, we could improve there. The board should, be reflective of our main stakeholders. So customers, postmasters. Possibly we could have greater diversity of age as well.
In his evidence to the inquiry, Mr. Staunton, the former chair of the Post Office Board, expressed his concern about the retention of talented women in senior roles within the Post Office. Is that a concern which you share?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes, so the question was that, the statement was this initially. In his evidence to the inquiry, Mr. Staunton, the former chair of the Post Office, expressed some concern about the retention of talented women in senior roles within the Post Office. My question to you is that a concern which you share?
Yes, it is.
And why is that?
I suppose at board level, So unfortunately, we had our 3 female directors all leave in reasonably quick succession in 2023. And on the senior executive group, unfortunately, we had only 1 female member for quite a long period. That was the CPO. And currently, the strategic executive group is better balanced by way of gender, but it is absolutely a concern having gender diversity in those top forums.
What do you understand to be the underlying causes of the problem in retaining talented women in senior roles?
At the post office?
At the post office.
Post office, it's not an easy place to work. It's very, very stressful. I suppose at the strategic executive group level, previously walking into a room full of men, I mean, that can be very intimidating. But I think it's just the general pressures of working at post office. That's not attractive.
In your statement, you say that the decision to appoint 2 postmaster non-executive directors was part of an effort to build a culture of inclusion for postmasters at the post office board level.
Yes.
Is that correct? You acknowledge that this change has brought certain benefits to the board, including a greater insight into the issues and concerns affecting postmasters. Is that right?
Yes.
Would it nonetheless be fair to say it's brought some challenges as well from a governance perspective?
Yes, I think that's fair.
What do you consider those challenges to be?
Probably navigating through conflicts of interest for the postmaster directors, because obviously being postmasters, we have to be very careful of personal conflict matters. I think we've had issues in terms of the postmaster directors are incredible with their operational knowledge and their know-how, their ability is amazing, but the board is not charged with responsibility for day-to-day operational matters. That's with the executive. So we have to be very careful that the board doesn't stray into matters for the executive.
On the, forgive me, you referred to conflicts of interest. I think in your statement you described this as a lack of alignment between the needs and desires of, a potential lack of alignment between the needs and desires of postmasters and the wider interests of the business and its shareholders. Is that fair? Or would you say that's yet another issue?
Yes,
a separate issue.
I think what I was trying to get at there was, directors' duties. So obviously the postmaster non-executive directors, as directors of the company, are subject to the same duties as all of the other directors, which is to, act in the best interests of the company, having regard to a number of different matters, including, stakeholders, but ultimately acting for the benefit of the shareholder. So to me that seems, it doesn't necessarily align always with what is in the best interests of postmasters.
And where specifically do you see the areas of conflict?
Is it conflict or non-alignment?
Or lack of alignment?
Lack of alignment. Well, I suppose, if you just go to, a basic issue such as postmaster remuneration, the company is cash constrained. Directors, unfortunately, have had to consider wrongful trading issues, very recently, and make some, very, very tough decisions around how our finite funds are spent. So, whilst I think, everyone would love to improve postmaster remuneration, at the same time, the board are thinking of, wrongful trading issues. So it's marrying up, keeping the company alive and floating, as against, sort of the stark reality of postmasters, remuneration remaining, very flat.
You've suggested in your statement that there might be better ways in which to bring the voice of postmasters into the post office. Is that fair?
Yes.
One of the options which you mention is the appointment of more postmaster representatives within the executive team of the post office.
Yes.
What do you consider to be the advantages of that approach?
Well, I think it's as I mentioned before. I mean, our postmaster non-executive directors have demonstrated their operational expertise. The executive is charged with day-to-day responsibility for operational matters. So, to my mind, it's a matter of harnessing the best knowledge that the postmasters have and incorporating them within the most, perhaps the forum where they can achieve the most, which would be, potentially by having more postmasters at the executive level.
Another possibility, which you mentioned in your statement, is the mutualisation of the post office.
Yes.
What do you consider to be the potential advantages of adopting that approach to ownership and governance of the company?
Okay. I'm not an expert in mutuals or cooperatives, but to my mind, the benefit would be that the ultimate shareholding would be with postmasters and potentially employees of the company. So when directors are fulfilling their duties and acting in the best interests of the company, but for the benefit of the shareholder, that shareholder would be postmasters.
Is there potential, do you think, for a lack of alignment between the interests of postmasters and post office employees, assuming that ownership is shared between those two different groups?
Potentially, but my experience of working at post office is that the people who have joined, particularly recently, are very much attracted and choose very, very specifically to come work for the post office, because they believe in the post office as the institution of the post office. So they're very, very particularly attracted to work for the company for that reason.
And does it follow that they, in your view, have a more positive attitude towards postmasters?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you some questions now about the internal investigation into one of the postmaster non-executive directors, Mr. Jacobs.
Yes.
When did you first become aware that an internal investigation was being launched into Mr. Jacobs' branch accounting?
I think it was in September 22.
Who brought the matter to your attention?
Nick Reed.
What was your reaction on being told that a member of the Post Office Board was being investigated for apparent shortfalls in his branch accounts?
I was concerned.
Why is that?
Well, I was concerned from probably a company secretarial perspective, thinking through to our annual report and accounts and different potential disclosures that might need to be made. I was thinking of different board meetings where branch discrepancies and the approach to those had been discussed, and whether or not there was a conflict point there that had been missed potentially. And I was concerned for Elliot as well.
What action did you take when you were notified that an investigation into Mr. Jacobs had commenced?
My first action after Mr. Reid told me about the issue was to let my line manager know our current general counsel, and my proposal was to check some of the data points that I had available to me to see if they could put any illumination, onto the issue. The General Counsel advised me that Mr. Reid should, should look to transfer this matter potentially into an investigation, and that's then what happened.
Just in time then, sorry, just to explore with you then the reporting of this issue.
Yes.
You say that the CEO, Mr. Reid, reported the matter to you, and that you reported it on to General Counsel, Mr. Fote.
That's right, yes.
Why is it, do you know, that the matter came first to Mr. Reid as CEO rather than Mr. Fote as General Counsel, who had overall oversight and responsibility for internal investigations?
Well, I guess an issue of this sort, I don't think that it would be unusual for it to be notified to the CEO.
So you brought it to the attention of Mr. Fote?
Yes, I did.
And it was his direction, was it, that an internal investigation be launched?
That was his suggestion as to the approach, yes.
I'm sorry, can I just interrupt? I'm not sure I've got this straight. When Mr. Reid notified you that, I'll use the neutral word, something was happening in relation to Mr. Elliott, was there, by that time, in your view, a formal investigation occurring, or was it simply that people in the investigation department were in discussion with Mr. Elliott?
So at the time that Mr. Reid spoke to me, I understand that there was no investigation going on, and that the investigations unit had not been advised at that time.
So Mr. Reid was effectively notifying you that obviously someone must have alerted him, to the possibility of an investigation. Is that a fair way of putting it? What I can't quite grasp at the moment is what was said to Mr. Reid. Now, I appreciate you don't know that, but from your understanding, what was it that Mr. Reid was communicating to you?
Mr. Reid was communicating to me that there was a potential issue.
Right. And someone must have told him that.
Yes.
He wouldn't know that without, yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
So what I'm trying to get to the bottom of, was this coming to Mr. Reid, so far as you can tell, from some kind of, not formal investigation, but something that the investigating department had been doing, or was it unrelated to the investigating department?
Yes, my understanding it was unrelated to the investigating department.
All right, okay. Fine, sorry. And so then the steps occurred as you described, Mr. Reid to you, you to Mr. Fote, and Mr. Fote deciding there'd better be an investigation.
Yes, that's right, sir.
Yeah, all right, fine.
Thank you. I wonder if we could pull up, please, an email which you wrote to the then chair, Mr. Staunton, in late February 2023. It's POL 0044 8679, please. Thank you. If we scroll down, please, to the top of page 2. Thank you. We can see there an email you've addressed to Mr. Staunton on the 28th of February 2023, copying in Mr. Reid, Mr. Fote, Mr. Patel, and Mr. Tidswell. The subject matter being the postmaster non-executive director matter. Oh, forgive me. That's the bottom of page 1. Can we go down to the top of page 2, please? Thank you. So what we saw just there was Mr. Staunton's response. This is your email of the same date, 28th of February, addressed to Mr. Staunton, Mr. Reid, Mr. Vogt, Mr. Patel, and Mr. Tiswell. It reads, "Hi, Henry. I hope you've arrived back safe and sound. I understand you've been advised previously of the investigation into apparent shortfalls in branches held by Elliot Jacobs. By way of reminder," and then you provide a brief overview of the investigation. So it reads, "Mr. Elliot owns a business, Universal Office Equipment, which runs 7 premises containing post offices. Since early 2019, UOE has accumulated shortfalls in the operation of its post office business. Prior to Mr. Jacobs becoming a non-executive director, he repaid some of the shortfall, but since becoming a director, he has not engaged with the repayment process nor challenged the shortfalls. Each month, the post office team responsible for recovering agreed shortfalls has sent Mr. Jacobs a statement showing the outstanding amount. Training has been offered but not taken up. The uncontested shortfall now sits at around £213,000. I'm just pausing there. Given that shortfalls had reportedly been accumulating since early 2019, what do you understand to have been the trigger for the reporting of this issue, that is to say, a shortfall in his accounts to Mr. Reid?
I think perhaps it was that repayment had been made previously. However, it had stopped, and it had stopped following the time when Elliot joined the board. So I think perhaps it was that then prompted Mr. Reid being advised, and I think it was that, concerns that Elliot was not engaging with the support centre in respect of the alleged shortfalls.
Was there a concern, do you think, that Mr. Jacobs was abusing his position as a director to avoid making repayments of accounting shortfalls?
I don't know.
The email goes on to say, Mr. Jacobs is in the process of seeking to take on a further 2 post office premises. It then says CIU, that's a reference to the Central Investigations Unit, is that correct?
That's right, yes.
Is investigating under Project Venus, firstly, whether Mr. Jacobs should have declared his shortfalls in the process of becoming a director. Secondly, the extent of the shortfalls. And thirdly, whether Mr. Jacobs declared a conflict during board meetings where recoveries from postmasters were discussed. So that latter one being a concern which you've addressed already in your evidence today, the potential for a conflict to have arisen and not been declared.
Yes.
The final bullet point reads, branch assurance are to visit all 7 of Mr. Jacobs' locations to settle a full cash and stock position in mid-April 2023. That suggests, does it not, that no audit had yet been undertaken of Mr. Elliott's 7 branches?
Yes, I think that's right.
It must follow, does it not, that the estimated figure of £213,000 had therefore been based upon the data shown on Horizon. Is that consistent with your understanding?
I mean, I'm not sure how that figure was built up.
Did you give any thought at the time as to whether it was appropriate for the Post Office to launch a formal investigation into one of its board members based on accounting data shown by Horizon?
I mean, I think it was very difficult, but I think the board were very concerned to ensure that, the postmaster policies were applied equally to our postmaster non-executive directors. So could you repeat the question again?
Yes, sorry. My question was whether you gave any thought at the time as to whether it was appropriate for the Post Office to launch an investigation into one of its board members based, and this is an assumption, but assuming it was based solely on evidence on data shown on Horizon, rather than natural audit itself of the branch accounts.
I don't think I can say.
The email goes on to say this, Nick Reed, Ben Fote and I would like to see you tomorrow if possible to request that you consider meeting with Elliot to discuss this matter, particularly ahead of the next board meeting. In terms of your meeting with Elliot, we suggest the following points are covered. You go on to identify their potential areas of conflict arising from this outstanding shortfall and the board's treatment of recoveries, of accounting shortfalls. And you make a number of proposals to Mr. Staunton as how to manage those conflicts. If we could scroll down, please, to the top of page 3. Thank you. We see a further list of bullet points, and it's here that you explain really how the process is going to proceed. You say this, as with other shortfall matters, branch assurance visits will take place, scheduled for April, to determine a stock and cash position. After that, the team will then seek to discuss with Mr. Jacobs this position. Once the investigation presumably is completed, it should say, the chair and Mr. Jacobs can discuss a way forward. You say this, it would be a positive step for Mr. Jacobs to engage with the postmaster account support team. Can you explain what the role and function of that team is, please?
So I think that team is responsible for liaising with postmasters where there are branch discrepancies reported.
And when you say liaising, it's described as a support team. What's the nature of their role and function in that process?
I think it's to work through, whatever the issue is. So if there is an alleged, shortfall, to work with them to break it down, to understand, the nature of the shortfall, to test it, and to, try to determine if there was, actually a shortfall.
So would it be right to say that the role of that team is part of the investigative function? It's not there to provide what might be thought of as some form of support to the postmaster, pastoral or otherwise, in the investigation?
They're not. My understanding is that team is not part of the investigative unit.
So what role then does it play in the investigation? What you've described is it's there to get to look into and get to the bottom of the cause of the discrepancy.
Yes.
Is that on behalf of the postmaster rather than on behalf of the post office?
I think it's both.
Your email goes on to say it would be really helpful to have Mr. Jacobs' view as to why the shortfalls have spiked recently, either now if he has a view and freely offers it, or during the investigative meeting post-branch visits. You say, if Elliot asks about the post-branch visit investigative meeting, the CIU team will write to Elliot in advance, explaining what they propose to discuss, what the purpose is, and to advise that he can bring a friend to that meeting, or an NFSP rep, or even a legal rep if he would like. It's not an under caution interview, and we are not conducting a criminal investigation. We are looking to understand why these shortfalls occurred and what can be done to rectify the position in terms of understanding and perhaps provision of training to his staff. If we scroll back up to the top of the document, please. Thank you. We can see that there was a plan for you, Mr. Reed and Mr. Fote, to meet with Mr. Staunton the following day.
Yes.
Did that meeting take place?
Yes, it did.
How did Mr. Staunton react when you told him that Mr. Elliot was being investigated for accounting shortfalls?
I think he was concerned, but I think he was also, I wouldn't say relaxed, but he appreciated that a process would be gone through.
Did Mr. Staunton ask you for any advice about the propriety of the post office carrying out such an investigation into one of its board members?
No.
Did you offer any advice or support to Mr. Jacobs in your capacity as company secretary?
I don't recall that I did, no.
Do you think that you should have?
Potentially, yes.
The inquiry has heard evidence from Mr. Jacobs about the considerable distress which this investigation caused him.
Yes.
Did you listen to Mr. Jacobs' evidence to the inquiry last week?
Yes, I did.
You offer some reflections in your statement as to what might have gone wrong in the conduct of this particular investigation.
Yes.
Could we take a brief look at what you say, please, at paragraph 118 of your statement? On page 71. That's your sixth statement, please, WITN 111206000. Thank you. So you say this, in hindsight, while it was certainly important to ensure that there was no appearance of bias or special treatment, in my view, perhaps further thought could have been given as to whether sufficient support was extended to Mr. Jacobs during the investigation process. Who, in your view, was responsible for ensuring that Mr. Jacobs was suitably supported through that process?
Probably, as we've just said, probably myself. Perhaps the senior independent director as well.
You go on to say this. So forgive me, you say first, this is especially given the events that have occurred in the Post Office's recent past regarding its investigation processes. You then say, moreover, the fact that Mr. Jacobs did not necessarily come from a professional services background and therefore may not have had the same degree of experience as other Post Office board members in dealing with some of the matters which I understand were raised during the investigation could also have been taken into consideration. You make reference there to some of the matters that were raised during the investigation. What specifically are you referring to here, please?
So referring to the allegations that I understand were put to Elliot in respect of failure to declare a conflict at the board meetings where branch discrepancies were being, and the approach to branch discrepancies were being considered by the board. And the other allegation that Mr. Jacobs, Elliot, hadn't properly completed a director's emoluments form.
Why do you think his experience might have been different had he had a professional services background, as you say?
Well, something like a director's emoluments form, if you're a portfolio director or you're a senior lawyer or a senior accountant, you would probably approach that form on a very different knowledge basis as opposed to, to Elliot, so, a businessman, a retailer, an entrepreneur.
In your statement, you suggest this may be a learning issue in terms of the quality of the induction and training that Mr. Elliot received upon his appointment. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
Do you think there's any merit in the suggestion that the CIU was heavy-handed in its conduct and handling of this investigation?
I mean, I'm not. But given the reflections that Elliot shared with board, he had found it a very, very unpleasant experience.
Thank you, sir. That brings me to the end of that topic. Rather than launching into my next topic, which is likely to take a bit longer, I wonder if now would be a convenient time to take our morning break.
It would be, but can I just ask one or two further questions about this issue? When he gave evidence, if my recollection is correct, Mr. Elliott was obviously upset about the process involving the, I'll call it an interview, some debate about how it was to be described, but the interview which took place between the investigators and himself, all right?
Yes.
But he also went on to say that following that interview, he then dealt with a different team, and the whole issue was dealt much more as a business issue, as opposed to an investigation issue, all right? And am I right in thinking that if we go back to the email that you wrote, that the unit, I've forgotten the name, sorry, without the email in front of me, but Mr. Elliott did begin to engage, however it came about, not with investigators, but with the branch support people that you had mentioned in your email. Have I got that right?
Yes, I think Mr. Elliott had engaged initially with the branch support people, sir.
Yeah, well, anyway, I'm giving you that by way of background. I wanted to ask you simply, do you know why Mr. Fote thought it appropriate to, oh, it's up now, next page, I think. No, never mind, forget that. Do you know why Mr. Fote thought it appropriate to have an investigation as opposed to treating it, as Mr. Elliott thought was appropriate, as a business issue to be discussed? And I'm not here talking about the conflict part of this. I'm talking about the apparent shortfall part of this, all right?
No, so I'm not sure as to why this was tipped into being an investigation as opposed to being dealt with by, with the branch support team, for example.
That's between Mr. Fote and yourself. It was simply you reporting Mr. Reed's report to you, and Mr. Fote himself deciding it should be an investigation.
Yes.
Right, thanks. Now we can have our break. Miss Hodge, what time should we start again?
Thank you, sir. Try to take the time. If we perhaps resume at 25 past, please.
Fine.
Good morning, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to move on, Ms. Scarrabelotti, to a new topic, please, concerning the board's oversight of the Post Office's policy of passing information to the police to assist in the conduct of criminal investigations and any subsequent prosecutions. What were you told upon joining the Post Office in March 2022 about the company's approach to the conduct of criminal investigations and prosecutions?
In respect of prosecutions, that the company was and had not for a number of years carried out any prosecutions. And in relation to the conduct of criminal investigations, I understand at the time that I joined the Central Investigations Unit was being sort of recruited for and brought together to set up a new business unit internally to deal with investigations.
Do you recall when it was first proposed that a change be made to the company's policy governing the provision of evidence to the police in the support of a criminal investigation?
I think this was in October 2023 when a paper came to the board, and I think the paper was more sounding out the potential views of the board in relation to making changes to the policy, specifically in relation to how evidence could be passed to the police.
Could we please take a brief look at the minutes of that meeting of the Post Office Board, dated the 31st of October 2023? They bear the reference POL 00458017. Thank you. So the relevant item is at number 9 on page 15, please. Thank you. So item 9.1 bears the title Disclosure of Evidence to Support Police Investigations. It makes reference to 3 documents that were tabled and noted at the meeting. Firstly, a request for evidence released to Police Scotland and discussion of broader policy change. That's the title of the report. And then 2 appendices. One, a draft of a witness statement for Police Scotland, and secondly, a summary of the Portree case. As you can see, the details of the board discussion have been redacted, so too have the relevant documents in the board pack, which has been disclosed to the inquiry. Without going into the details or the specifics of that particular case, can you please explain the background to the inclusion of this agenda item, so far as you recall?
Yes, so I think that there were 2 matters brought before the board. So the first one, which we've sort of spoken about just briefly, being proposed changes, or not proposed changes, but to understand the attitude of the board in relation to potential changes to the policy, specifically which would alter the way in which and the decision making for providing evidence to the police. And then the second aspect of the matter was seeking approval from the board in order to be able to share evidence with the police. So that would be, operating in line with the current, policy and the approval required in order to pass evidence to the police.
Can you assist, as best you recollect, as to what the nature of the proposed change was at this stage in October 2023?
Yes, so the proposal was that the decision-making in relation to the passing of evidence to the police would no longer sit with the board, as was currently set out in the policy, and that the decision-making for that, I understand, would sit with the Director for the Central Investigations Unit.
And you've indicated that what occurred at this meeting was a sounding out of the board as to their views on that proposed change. Is that correct?
That's right, yes.
Do you recall whether at this meeting the members of the board were in agreement with the proposal to delegate responsibility for that decision-making?
They were not.
They were not. The subject was raised again at a meeting of the board in June 2024. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please can the minutes of the board meeting on the 4th of June be shown on the screen? Those are POL 0044 8648, please. Thank you. So these are the minutes of the 4th of June. If we could please turn to the middle of the second page, we can see item 2 on the agenda, which bears the heading Minutes and Matters Arising. Under Matters Arising, it states that the board noted the action log and status of the actions shown. And there at the second bullet point, in respect of items which have been proposed for closure, it states that key discussion points were as follows. So the second bullet point, please. Mr. Ismail questioned whether item 3 ought to be closed. Mr. Jacobs shared his view that if the company was proposing to provide evidence to support police investigations, then this should come to the board first. So just pausing there, who had proposed the closure of this item?
So I think it would have been the Director of what is now called A&CI, so Assurance and Complex Investigations, which was previously known as the CIU.
What were the reasons, do you know, for proposing that this matter be closed at this stage?
I think it was proposed to be closed on the basis of the expectation that it would be brought to the next periodic scheduled board meeting, which was in the diary for the 8th of July.
What did you understand the nature of Mr. Ishmael's concerns to be about the proposal to close down this agenda item?
Well, that it was proposed to be closed, but the original action item that had arisen in the board meeting from the 23rd of October 23, as far as the board knew, that original action had not been attended to. So, why was it proposed then to close it?
Forgive me, what specifically was the action which had been raised at the end of the last board meeting in relation to this agenda item?
Yeah, so the board had asked in relation to the policy that there would be some simulation testing, I suppose, for lack of a more appropriate group of words, where postmasters would be taken through the policy and the proposed changes, and to have those changes, bounced off postmasters to see their response, and that there would be, just sort of basic testing for tonality, before the policy came back to the board.
So the board had requested that a consultation exercise be undertaken, in effect, with postmasters on the proposed changes. Is that?
Yes, I think so. They wanted postmaster input on on the policy and, collaboration with postmasters on the policy.
That action, to your knowledge, hadn't been undertaken, is that right?
That's right, that's to my knowledge, yes.
And the proposal was to close down that particular action without further input and oversight from the board, is that right?
Well, to close the action on the basis that the matter was due to come to the next periodic board meeting.
So the intention being that the executive team would report again to the board on that particular action, but at the next meeting in July.
That's right, yes.
Do you know whether the consultation which the board asked to be undertaken, was that ever carried out?
Not to my knowledge.
So we can see Mr. Ishmael questioning whether the item ought to be closed. His views are shared by Mr. Jacobs, in that he says that if the company are proposing to provide evidence to support police investigations, that should come to the board first. It's the views they are expressing. The new interim chair, it says, noted that if there appeared to be criminal activity, this generally needed to be reported through to the police. And there were issues in some instances of requiring pre-reporting to the board, for example, in relation to suspicions of money laundering. In addition, the chair noted that the proposed process would allow investigations to be conducted by the police rather than the company. And if further action is raised, the chair requested that you, is that correct, RS?
Yes.
Circulate the paper that was provided to the board and the minute extract from the meeting of the 31st of October, and that Mr. Bartlett attend the July board meeting to clarify the proposed position. So that's where matters stood at the end of the June board meeting, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Was the matter in fact remitted to the board the following month?
No, it was not.
Can we please look at a paper which was prepared for consideration by the Strategic Executive Group at its meeting in late June 2024? It is poll 00448345. Did this report come to you in your capacity as company secretary ahead of the meeting of the Strategic Executive Group in late June?
It may have. It may have.
Do you recall reading the report at or around the time it was produced?
Not at the time it was produced, no.
When did you first read it?
When it was disclosed to me the last few days.
So we can see the title of the report is The Passing of Material to Law Enforcement. The report is intended for a meeting date of the 26th of June of 2024. And the author of the report, John Bartlett, Director of Assurance and Complex Investigations, under the sponsorship of Sarah Gray, the Interim Group General Counsel. I appreciate that you, I should say at the outset, I recognise you don't have operational responsibility for these matters. My questions are directed at the oversight of this issue, just to be clear. So under the heading Input Sought, it states discussion and approval for board consideration. The approval of the Strategic Executive Group is sought regarding the proposed change in process in governing the passing of information to law enforcement to assist them in criminal investigations and any subsequent prosecutions prior to this matter being discussed at board in July 2024. If we scroll down, please, to the executive summary, it states, the current group investigations policy, cooperation and law enforcement policy, known as the CLEP, and legal playbook, collectively the old policies, are considered to be too unwieldy and unnecessarily complex, as well as being drafted before the existence of the assurance and complex investigations. The CLEP has resulted in slower than needed provision of information to law enforcement and the unnecessary involvement of the board in the authorisation process. Just pausing there, what was your view at the time as to the appropriateness of the board's involvement to date in the approval of provision of information to the police?
I think the view of the board at probably the point in time, the October 2023 meeting, was that they still wished to see all cases where the provision of evidence to the police were proposed before that evidence was passed on.
You've answered with reference to the view of the board. What I'd like to know is, in your capacity as company secretary and from a governance perspective, what is your view as to the necessity or otherwise of the board to be giving its express approval to the provision of information to the police by an executive arm of the Post Office?
I think it's something that, given our history and where we've been, that it is that significant that for the time being it would seem appropriate to still, in I think the majority of cases, still come to the board.
Forgive me, so you consider that it was appropriate for the matter still to come to the board?
Yes.
Is that correct? So what the executive summary says is this: the old policies have been consolidated into a draft single investigation and cooperation with law enforcement policy. The draft new policy, amongst other investigative operational policy changes, proposes a streamlining of the governance of providing law enforcement with information. The Director of Assurance and Complex Investigations and the in-house criminal counsel would have to agree to providing the information, and depending on the age of the information, a caveat would also be provided. So what's been proposed, in essence, is a relaxation of that previous criteria, which required board approval, and a delegation of that decision to both the Director of Assurance and Complex Investigations and in-house criminal counsel. Is that right?
Yes.
The report goes on to provide some context to this request. At paragraph 21, it refers to the current policy and states this policy was drafted at a time when Post Office did not have an experienced investigative function and had not carried out complex investigations for several years. In February 2022, the Central Investigations Unit, now Assurance and Complex Investigations, started to be formed. Experienced professional investigators were recruited, and operational practices began to go through a test and learn process. Consistent with your evidence, in effect, that CIU had been established, or was in the process of being established at or around the time of your appointment as company secretary. At paragraph 2, it says this: the investigations policy was implemented in respect of possible criminal matters relied upon its interactions with the CLEP and legal policy book. These were focused on limiting, in a high-risk perception environment, how Post Office reported matters to and shared data with law enforcement. And now that reference to high-risk perception environment, you've said elsewhere in your statement that you consider that there is an issue within the Post Office in relation to there being a fear of decision-making, a fear of being held accountable for decision-making, and that is contributing to some of the governance issues in relation to what the board's required to deal with. Is that right?
Yes.
This appears to reflect a perception that needs to change. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that the previous policy was reflective of perhaps an excessive concern about the governance of this issue. Is that
Yes.
your reading of? So it goes on to say at paragraph 3, assurance and complex investigations has assumed, has taken over responsibility for being the only conduit for witness statements to be provided to police, including relieving the security team of this activity. It then states this has given the unit the first pan-poll picture of the scale of these requests and what is required to service them objectively and in an evidence-based way. There are currently 22 police forces requesting or awaiting horizon-based evidence across 33 police investigations. To provide this information, assurance and complex investigations will need to draw on horizon data and often provide transaction analysis. The current approach is that board will need to be approached in the majority of these matters as and when the data is able to be shared. So the concern here appears to be that the policy, which requires prior approval of the board, has created something of a bottleneck in the process of providing information to the police. Is that consistent with your understanding?
I mean, the board meets periodically, and the board can also take decisions by way of written resolution, or can call an ad hoc board meeting if required. So I don't think that I agree with a potential bottleneck issue. You know, if the board needs to take a decision quickly and be nimble, they can do it.
This is seeking a more streamlined process that would avoid that oversight and scrutiny by the board.
Yes.
At paragraph 4, it says, it refers to a draft policy attached, which was a proposed replacement of the existing policy, which it said would reflect the enhanced capabilities of assurance and complex investigations and the improved governance approach to investigations generally. What do you understand to be the basis of the insertion that there's an improved governance approach to investigations?
Well, perhaps it is the point around speed of decision making. You know, but as I've just said, I think when the board needs to be nimble, they can be.
This appears to be a reference to the governance of the investigations themselves. Is that internal governance, do you think, or board oversight that's being referenced here? I'm conscious you're not the author of the report, so if you don't know, then you can simply say so.
I'm not sure, to be honest.
It then contains an extract from the new proposed policy, and that's in relation to section 9, entitled Categories of Data, Material and Evidence. It states this: proactively and reactively supplied information will have differing profiles due to historic technology issues. The version of Horizon that was considered at fault in the Horizon IT scandal was replaced in October 2019. In 2022, known errors and bugs identified in the Horizon issues judgment form part of a review by KPMG of the system found not to be prevalent in the system. From 2021, a new and collaborative approach was taken to resolving reported issues in a dispute resolution process. Due to the effect of these developments, the following approach to data sharing with law enforcement agencies is, and then it sets out the policy. Before we go there, that first paragraph identifies 3 factors which are said to justify the proposed change in approach to oversight of this issue. The first being the adoption of a new version of Horizon in 2019, which we know is HNGA. The second, a review by KPMG, which reportedly concluded that known bugs and errors were not prevalent in the current version of the system. And thirdly, the establishment in 2021 of a new collaborative approach to the resolution of Horizon issues. Now, Two of those matters predate your appointment as company secretary, but I'd like to ask you about the third one, and that relates to this more collaborative approach to investigating shortfalls. Why do you think it is that the adoption of that more collaborative approach is then seen to justify a change in the oversight arrangements for the provision of evidence to the police?
I'm not sure.
Do you think that that's right, that that new approach being taken to resolving Horizon issues with postmasters in this context justified a relaxation of the board's oversight?
No, I don't think so. I think the board were very clear in October 2023 as to their expectations in respect of the policy.
So going on then, please, to what the new policy would provide, that is to say what the proposal was. It states, paragraph 2, it is the policy that any information originating from Horizon after the 1st of January 2022 may be passed as either intelligence or evidence to law enforcement authorities or agents only after the Director of Assurance and Criminal and Complex Investigations or their nominated deputy and an in-house criminal lawyer both give approval. So consistent with what we were saying about the delegation of authority to those two individuals. And it states a record of both their rationales and decision must be recorded on the relevant case file. Where information is requested by law enforcement authorities, that is Horizon data originating from pre-January 2022, the same process must be followed. In addition, the wording included in the relevant section of the investigator's manual covering the passing of information must be included in any witness statement for evidence or in an accompanying email or letter, requesting the information in a non-evidential format. So the policy envisages drawing a line as at January 2022, and in effect treating evidence that postdates January 2022 essentially as being capable of being relied upon without caveat, and data predating January 2022 as not qualifying in that sense. Is that your reading of this proposal?
Yes.
Do you know why it is that that date was chosen as a point at which it could be said confidently that Horizon data could be relied upon in support of police investigations?
No, I don't.
If we could go on, please, to the... if we could scroll down, please, to page 3. So it says this: there are significant differences between the environment that existed at the time the old policies were formed and the current and future environment. The current approach to dispute resolution and the underlying technology could be seen as supporting a more BAU, is that business as usual?
Yes.
Approach to passing information to law enforcement. However, the most significant difference between 2019, when the old policies were first drafted, and now is that assurance and complex investigations exists and brings significant criminal investigation experience to bear, but more importantly, also considerably more objective rigour to assessing evidence. Project Panther, within assurance and complex investigations, is solely focused on testing the reliability of data that Post Office investigators and law enforcement will rely upon. And then at paragraph 8, a further check and balance to the material provided to law enforcement, which enables a more proportionate governance of this, is that law enforcement agencies do not just take Post Office's word that evidence is reliable. POL can only provide the information to law enforcement. It is for them to decide its admissibility and weight. Given this reality, it is our view that a more agile and devolved, albeit to senior staff with significant relevant experience outside of Post Office, approach may be taken to better serve law enforcement postmasters and the Post Office. That explains then both the context and the justification put forward to the strategic executive group for this proposed change in policy.
Is that fair?
Yes.
That group was asked to discuss the approach in advance of the proposal to remit the matter to the board in July. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
Now, I don't think you were in attendance at the meeting of the Strategic Executive Group in late June. Is that right?
That's right.
That was attended by your deputy. Did she report back to you on the outcome of that meeting?
I don't recall specifically. We probably would have had a general discussion.
Were you aware that the group had declined to approve the submission of the paper to the board?
I think I was aware of it on the basis that I had this as a matter on the draft agenda for the July board meeting, and it came off that draft agenda. So I think that I deduced that the matter hadn't cleared the executive.
Were you aware that the reason why the executive had refused to approve the paper was that it believed that further assurance was required in relation to Horizon data?
No, I don't think I knew the reasoning.
Has this matter come back to the board since June 2024, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Does it remain the case that board approval is required before any witness evidence about Horizon data is supplied to the police?
Well, yes, in line with the current policy.
I think you said that you consider that that is an appropriate safeguard owing to the history of Horizon prosecutions and the ongoing questions, I suppose, about Horizon's integrity. Is that fair?
Yes.
Thank you. I have one final topic I'd like to discuss with you, Ms.
Before that, Ms. Hodge,
Yes.
this may be me being unduly legalistic, all right? But I just like to get a point clear in my head. Before the police become involved in any suspected crime of the type we are now talking about, a financial crime related to an organization, there has in effect to be a report of an alleged crime to the police. Yeah?
Yes.
So to use, just by way of an example, the suspicion that a postmaster has stolen post office money, before that gets to the police, someone must have formed the suspicion that the postmaster has done that. Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Right. Am I right in thinking that before a report to the police is made about that notional postmaster, the board has to approve it?
Yes, that's right.
That's under the existing policy.
Under the
right?
existing policy, yes.
So essentially what that means, as I would think, as both a citizen and a lawyer, is that the board has satisfied itself that there is sufficient evidential basis to justify a report to the police. Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Right. That I follow entirely. What I'm struggling more with is the next step. The police now begin to investigate. Yeah?
Yes.
And in their investigation, they ask for various witness statements or information or intelligence, whatever you want to call it, in order to further their investigation so that they can decide whether or not a charge is justified. Yeah?
Yes, sir.
What's the need for the board to authorize that? Because the request for this information is coming from the police. What's wrong with just complying with their request? So far as you know, I'm not asking you to be the arbiter of all this. I just want to understand what's behind all these various procedures, if you see what I mean.
I mean, I think it's just given sort of historical sensitivities that the board has wished to stay very close to these matters.
But in the real world, are you saying that there could be instances where a police force would say, right, we'd now like you to provide X, Y, and Z to further our investigations, but the post office would then say no?
I mean, I can't envisage that happening. So yeah.
So that's why I'm asking why there is the need for, as I might see it, let's say, an excessive degree of caution over this once the police, and I stress that, once the police are the persons asking for the information.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I can say much further, as, you know, just that the board...
Because of the past, and people are being very cautious. That's what it boils down to, is it?
Yes, in my view, yes. Yes, sir.
Oh. Yeah. Sorry, Miss Hodge.
No. Thank you, sir. Ms. Scarrabelotti, my final topic concerns your involvement in the events which culminated in the removal of Mr. Staunton as chair of the Post Office earlier this year. The first issue concerns Mr. Staunton's annual performance appraisal.
Yes.
That was due to take place in January 2024, is that right?
That's right, yes.
And that was 1 year after he'd taken up the role, or approximately 1 year after he'd taken up the role of chair of the Post Office Board.
Yes, that's right.
You say in your statement that you had prepared the necessary documents to support that process, is that right?
That's right.
And you've been liaising with the senior independent director, Mr. Tidswell, and the team at UKGI, including the shareholder non-executive director.
That's right, yes.
You explained that UKGI had requested that the appraisal proceed.
Yes.
Why was it that their view as to whether it ought to proceed was canvassed at that stage?
So I had been working with the UKGI shareholder team on the materials for Henry's appraisal, you know, probably for a good few weeks ahead of actually the proposed appraisal to take place. I think as shareholder, obviously Henry was accountable ultimately to the shareholder, so it was very important to be sure that they were happy with the materials, and also to the timing, and just we're happy for the process to be initiated.
So more a procedural than a substantive matter, is that fair? In
I
terms
think
of seeking their...
Yes, certainly. Just a sort of an informal, courteous... Yes.
You say that you were preparing to issue the relevant documents to the directors of the Post Office Board when Mr. Staunton instructed you to stop the appraisal process, is that right?
That's right, yes.
What was the reason at which he gave you for that instruction?
Just given the other pressures that the business was going through at that particular time, so I was asked to pause for the present.
Did you consider that there was any merit in that suggestion, that the pressures that the business was facing warranted pausing the appraisal process? I mean,
January 2024 was a very turbulent time for the business, but we're all subject to periodic performance reviews, and even though the business was in a difficult state and a difficult time, January 2024, I don't think that there was any, I don't think that would be alleviated, by waiting a few months.
Does it follow that you didn't think that was an appropriate instruction for him to give you?
No, it didn't. And like I say, everyone has to go through a performance appraisal, and I can't defer mine. No one can defer theirs. So I didn't think it was appropriate.
What did you do on receiving that instruction?
I went to the Senior Independent Director and shared my concern.
The second issue I'd like to explore with you concerns the decision to appoint Mr. Tidswell's replacement as Senior Independent Director. You explain in your statement that the appointment of the Senior Independent Director is a matter for the board under the 2018 UK Corporate Governance Code.
Yes, that's right.
And you explained that the matter arose first in August 2013 when Mr. Tiswell announced his intention to step down at the end of his current term.
Yes, so 2023.
Forgive me, 2023. Sorry, I
Yes.
said 2018 again, did I? 2023, I apologise. As a result of Mr. Tiswell giving that indication to the chair, he requested that the matter of his, the subject matter of his replacement be placed on the agendas of the Nominations Committee and the Poll Board in September of that year. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
You say that following those meetings of both the Nominations Committee and the Poll Board, that meetings were arranged in October with each of the Post Office directors, which were attended both by you and by Mr. Staunton. Is that right?
So it wasn't all of the Post Office directors.
Sorry, forgive me, the board directors.
Yes, so, but not all of the Post Office board directors. Yeah. Meetings were not held with all of those. So obviously Al Cameron was out of the business, unwell, and then Ben Tidswell, there wasn't a consultation meeting held with him either.
Because he was leaving.
Because he was leaving.
And it was his.
Yes.
Can you please explain what was the purpose of those individual meetings with the other directors of the board?
To get the directors' views on whether or not the incoming SID should be drawn from the existing board membership, so be an internal appointment, or whether that appointment should be made externally. And if the appointment was made externally, what were the key skills and attributes and the technical expertise for that external recruit?
Now, you say that the shareholder had expressed a strong view or a strong preference for both an external appointment and a candidate who had Whitehall experience. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And you also explained that there was a division within the board as to whether the appointment of those whose views were canvassed, there was a division as to whether the appointment ought to be internal or external. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And that Mr. Staunton determined, in view of that division, to give preference to the shareholders' view and to seek the appointment of an external candidate. Is that right?
That's right.
I think you say that you sent an email on the 25th of October to advise the other board members of that decision.
That's right, yes.
Now, that resulted in the matter going to the Nominations Committee in November, is that right?
That's right, yes.
And they gave their approval to the initiation of a recruitment process, is that correct?
That's right, yes. Well, they approve a recommendation being made to the shareholder for the recruitment process.
For the recruitment to commence. Now, on the 17th of January of this year, you've explained in your statement that the Chair, Mr. Staunton, emailed certain of the Post Office board members to advise that there had been a change of sentiment amongst the board about the decision to make an external appointment. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know from where Mr. Staunton had obtained that impression?
I mean, I don't really know. So I guess, sort of as I mentioned before, January, this year was a tough month for the company. A lot was going on. So I imagine that the directors may have fed back to Mr. Staunton that to appoint internally for the SID was preferable as opposed to recruiting externally, given the circumstances at the time.
You note in your statement that the shareholder non-executive director wasn't copied in to the email sent by Mr. Staunton on the 17th of January, notifying the other board members of this proposed change in approach. Do you know why it is that was the case?
Potentially because the shareholder non-executive director had a different view as to the approach.
Did you read this as an attempt by Mr. Staunton to sideline the shareholder non-executive director?
Well, I think that's what it was. Yes.
On the 18th of January, so the following day, you say that the chair asked you to review your notes of the individual meetings which you had attended between the chair and those directors whose views were canvassed about the question of an appointment. So that was back in October of the previous year.
Yes.
Is that right? And he asked you to advise as to what their preferences had been as to who on the board should take up the role of the senior independent director in the event of an internal appointment. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And you duly sent your record of that meeting, or a summary of the views that were canvassed at that meeting to the chair. Is that correct?
That's right, yes.
Mr. Staunton then, on the 20th of January, so 2 days later, emailed the board to notify the members that an internal appointment had been made. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
You say that he then went on to instruct you to halt the recruitment process for an external candidate.
Yes.
And that you felt unable to follow that instruction, you say, because the requisite governance procedures had not been followed and the approach was not in line with the existing mandate from the shareholder. Is that right?
That's right.
When it came to Mr. Staunton's attention that there had been a change of sentiment amongst the members of the board, what processes do you think he should have followed to ensure that matter was dealt with appropriately?
Well, I think that we would have needed to have a formal board meeting to take all the views of all the board members and then a formal vote on the matter in order to change the previous decision that had been taken.
So it was the nature of your concern that the matter hadn't been properly canvassed at board level, rather than, for example, being remitted to the nominations committee?
No, my concern wasn't that the matter hadn't been that there hadn't been adequate consultation. My concern was that that the decision hadn't taken place in the appropriate forum at board. So it's a decision for board, the appointment of the senior independent director. All directors need to be given an opportunity to participate in that vote. And from what I understood, not all directors were given that opportunity.
In particular, the shareholder non-executive director?
The shareholder non-executive director. Also, I understand Amanda Burton was not consulted. Neither was Ben Tidswell. And we've said that, Al Cameron was on sick leave at the time. So quite a few members of the board not given the opportunity to vote on this matter.
You say that, so you had two concerns, essentially. One related to the following of due process
Yes.
in reaching that decision. And the other concern you identify in your statement was that the decision wasn't consistent with the existing mandate from the shareholder.
That's right.
Does this episode reflect, do you think, a tension in the governance of the post office between the matters which are properly reserved to the board and the involvement of the shareholder and the influence of the shareholder in those decisions?
I don't think so. I mean, the shareholder was very clear in providing their view. However, I think if the board had taken an alternative view, that would have been, to originally appoint an internal candidate, I think that would have stood.
Thank you. I've no further questions. If you remain there, there may be some questions from the recognised legal representatives of some of the core participants.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I appear for a large number of core participants, sub-postmasters, former sub-postmasters and assistants who are represented by Howe & Co. Ms. Scarrabelotti, I have a few questions to ask you. Firstly, about what you say in your statement about culture. At 11:45 this morning, Ms. Hodge said that you'd made reference in your statement to an issue within a post office of decision-making, of a fear of decision-making, of being held accountable. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Could we very quickly go to where you deal with that in your statement? It's WITN 111-20600, paragraph 33G, page 19 of 85. And while we're waiting for that to come up, you're giving your reflections here as to the adequacy and effectiveness of Post Office's current corporate governance arrangements. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Do we see that? Yes, it's on the screen now. So at G, as highlighted elsewhere in my statement, current poll employees are acutely aware of the failings of the past. This appears to have caused an apparent reluctance to take decisions for fear of getting it wrong, and therefore being liable to future criticism. Is that right?
Yes.
And you go on to say this reluctance in turn results in decisions either stagnating or being pushed to more senior decision-making forums. Ultimately, more poll board time is taken up with matters of less strategic importance, and there is diminished accountability on the part of less senior forums and individuals. Now, I have some questions to ask you about that. Firstly, what decisions are being stagnated as a result of this fear of accountability or paralysis that's affecting the board?
I mean, it could be sort of any decision across the business. To be honest, yeah. I don't think I can give you a particular category or business unit.
And when you say that decisions of greater strategic importance are being pushed to more senior decision-making forums, what are those forums and what are the decisions of greater strategic importance?
So I say matters of less strategic importance in my witness statement, sorry.
Okay. Our clients are concerned about the delays in the provision of redress to sub-postmasters. Have these delays been affected by the paralysis in decision-making in the post office as a result of the scandal?
Potentially, yes.
And can you elaborate on that at all?
I think that there's sort of just general nervousness around decision-making. So, that it will take a long time perhaps for a proposal to crystallise, that there's more agonising over recommendations, perhaps in other businesses that I've worked at, and that overall that leads to slower decision making.
I've been asked to ask if you can move a little bit closer to your microphone.
Sorry, pardon me. Yeah.
And what do you think can be done to free up this paralysis, this fear of making decisions in reasonable time?
I think it's empowering people And I think it's looking at decision making from board level down. So the board currently has delegated authority to the executive for £5 million, but looking at whether or not that delegation needs to be increased. Also, ultimately looking at the board and their relationship with the shareholder and whether or not certain decisions that go to the shareholder can perhaps come back to the board. And I think making those sorts of changes could increase from the top down confidence in decision making.
Do you think having more sub-postmaster representation on the board, something that you say would be a good thing, would assist in enabling more speedy and effective decision making?
Potentially on the board, but I think it could be more effective in other layers. So perhaps looking at the executive structure, where we have the Postmaster Experience Director sit as part of the wider leadership team, thinking, do we need more people with that title or similar titles at the leadership level, at the executive level?
Do you think the government should play a more direct role in order to resolve this fear of decision making?
But potentially to have a look at at our articles and the contractual arrangements between the shareholder and the company, and looking at opportunities to empower the company to take more decisions. Yes.
And how would that work? How would the shareholder be brought in to assist with decision making?
Well, the shareholder would actually be removed from certain decision making and allow the company enhanced decision making in some respects.
Yeah, as I understand you, you're saying, in effect, that the government is too involved in some decision making, and that should be handed over to the Paul board.
Yes, sir, that's right.
Yeah, your question. So that leads me on to my next question. Is this fear a fear of the Department of Business, that it's the government, the shareholder, that will criticise the decisions? Or is it more public opinion?
I think more public opinion and just fear of getting it wrong, given the catastrophes of the past.
You've said in your statement that having at least one board member who's legally qualified is vitally important.
In my view, yes.
And you say that Ms. Burton has legal experience, and that has been helpful in challenging what the executive are telling the board. Do you think that if the board had its own legal counsel or equivalent, a standing lawyer, that would cut through nervousness about what the board is being told by the executive?
So obviously we have a general counsel who is not a member of the executive but is a standing attendee and invitee to executive meetings. In-house counsel carries the same independence obligations as you would expect. The interim general counsel too is attending board meetings to provide independent advice. So I think that's sort of an enhancement, for the board.
So your evidence is that having board members who are also legally qualified is what you think there should be more of?
No, I don't think necessarily more of, but I think having one of is very valuable.
And you go on to say that having a board member with IT technology experience is imperative.
Well, absolutely, because we're embarking on a major technology transformation.
And are there directors with that experience on the board yet?
Not currently, no.
And what steps are there proposed?
So we're currently recruiting for a independent non-executive director with a skill set in technology and cyber.
I want to ask you finally about the meetings with sub-postmasters that you've referred to at paragraph 45A of your statement. No need to put it up. But you say that you're aware of the meetings that have taken place between sub-postmasters and directors.
Sorry, let me just go to it.
45A of the statement.
It's page 31.
Thank you, sir.
So,
In order to demonstrate a desire
Yes.
for cultural change.
so these are meetings between postmasters and members of the executive, as opposed to board directors.
Right. Are you aware of those meetings? Have you discussed those meetings with the members of the executive who've held those meetings with?
They've been spoken about, absolutely, at times when I have sat with the board and when I have sat in the executive forum as well.
We understand that on the 23rd of June 2023, Nick Reed had a meeting with 100 senior officials and leaders in the post office to discuss the meetings that he'd held with sub-postmasters, and he said that this was part of his determination to change culture within the post office. Did you attend that meeting or any such meetings to discuss the experiences from these meetings?
I mean, I don't recall if I attended that meeting. It's probably highly likely that I did.
Can you confirm whether what's happened in those meetings, the information that's been provided by sub-postmasters to members of the executive, how that is being used to feed into the post office culture?
I think that the executives who participate in those meetings are very, very deeply moved and find that those meetings very, very challenging, very difficult, very confronting, but I think they come back into the business with a real sense to enact change.
On Wednesday, Mr. Brocklesby gave evidence, and he has attended some of these meetings with sub-postmasters, and we know that he's leaving post office. And we know that the current chief executive is leaving post office as well. What steps are being taken to ensure that corporate memory is maintained despite the high turnover and of executives and board members in recent years?
Well, Mr. Reed is staying for a number of months yet, so there will be, I imagine, a handover period. At board level, it has been difficult, obviously, to retain corporate memory with the number of step downs that we've had in the last few years. But we do try as much as we can to have handover periods, to have handover notes, to have full induction, packs and meetings.
Well, are the lessons from the meetings with sub-postmasters being recorded? Are they being transmitted throughout the business, or are they just experiences that executives have for their own knowledge and their own purposes?
I do think that they are transmitted through the business, and they are.
How are they transmitted?
Well, they're spoken about, as I say, at board meetings, at executive meetings. I think Mr. Reed, in different updates, CEO updates to the board, has reflected on his experiences of those meetings. I think at different meetings of the senior leadership team, as it was previously called, those meetings had been touched on, and the nature of those meetings, the tone of those meetings. So absolutely, I think, those meetings are brought back into the business.
And are you aware of any wider restorative justice initiatives that have been proposed, such as, for example, ongoing psychiatric and counselling support for sub-postmasters and their families, ways of helping the children whose education was disrupted by the scandal, educational bursaries, initiatives to restore reputations of sub-postmasters in their local communities and areas. Has that been discussed at board level?
I'm pretty sure at board level, yes. So in enhanced restorative justice measures being discussed along with looking at the funding for that.
And is that something that Post Office is actively considering?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
I'll just see if I have any more questions.
No.
I don't have any more questions for you.
Thank you.
Grateful, thank you.
So I think that concludes the questions from the representatives of core participants.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Scarrabelotti, for making a total of 5 detailed witness statements. I think we can say that the corrective statement wouldn't have taken you all that long, but the others must have taken a great deal of time. So thank you very much for that. And thank you very much for coming to give oral evidence before me this morning.
Thank you, sir.
Where do we go now, Ms. Hodge? Do we take an early lunch or do we start the next witness?
So my proposal would be that we resume at 1:45 after an early lunch.
Yeah, fine.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Sorry, yes, thank you.
Thank you. This afternoon, we're going to hear from Miss Branton.
Okay, if you'd like to stand, thank you. And repeat after me.
I do solemnly, sincerely and truly
Declare and affirm
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you please confirm your full name?
Veronica Jane Branton.
And Miss Branton, can you just sit forward a little bit,
Sorry.
just so the microphone picks up your voice? Thank you. And you should have a witness statement in front of you, and that's dated the 4th of September 2024. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And before we begin, I understand there are a couple of amendments you'd like to make to that statement.
Yes, please.
So if we just go to page 22, first of all, and paragraph 69. And I think the amendment should be, once appointed, new NEDs received induction materials, access to, and then the amendment is a number of past board and committee materials. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then page 25 at paragraph 78, the last sentence, you want to add for recommendation to the board. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. So having made those amendments, can I ask you to turn to the final substantive page of your witness statement, which is page 71?
Yes, thank you.
And can you confirm that is your signature?
It is, thank you.
And can you confirm that that statement is true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Thank you. For the record, that statement is WITN 11420100. Ms. Branton, is there anything that you'd like to say before you start your evidence?
Yes, please. I would just like to say how sorry I am that the actions and inactions of Post Office and others has caused so much suffering to so many sub-postmasters over such a long period of time, and that not all of those individuals have received compensation yet.
Thank you. And could I just ask you just to keep your voice up a little bit? I think you're
Sorry.
quite softly spoken. Thank you very much. So, by way of introduction, you were employed by the Post Office from February 2018 to March 2022. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you were head of the Secretariat between the 21st of February 2018 and the 31st of May 2019.
That's correct.
You became interim company secretary on the 1st of June 2019 and then company secretary on the 26th of July 2019.
That's correct.
And you remained in that role until about March 2022.
That's correct.
Could I move the microphone closer?
Oh, perfect. Thank you. We're just going to move the microphone a little bit closer.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So in relation to your professional qualifications, you have an MSc in corporate governance and a practitioner certificate in data protection.
That's right.
And you've been an associate of the Chartered Governance Institute since December 2006.
Yes.
And prior to being employed by the Post Office, you held various administrative and governance roles, and that included as a board secretary and corporation secretary. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And after leaving Post Office in March 2022, you became corporation secretary at Ofcom, where you're still employed. Is that correct?
That's right.
Thank you. So when you were appointed head of Secretariat in February 2018, your line manager was the General Counsel and Company Secretary then, Jane McLeod.
That's right.
And at that point, the role of Company Secretary and General Counsel were held by the same person.
That's right.
Is it right then when Ms McLeod left the Post Office in May 2019, the roles were merged and you took on the Company Secretary, the roles were separated and you took on the Company Secretary role?
That's right, yes.
And what is your understanding of the reason why the roles were separated at that point?
I think to some extent expediency, because there was an immediate gap And I think at that stage, Al Cameron had become the interim chief executive, and he wanted to make sure that there were individuals in those roles quite quickly, and the board was of the same view.
And in Ms McLeod's witness statement, she explains that in your previous role as head of secretariat, you fulfilled the day-to-day responsibilities of the company secretary. Is that a fair description?
That's a fair description.
So how did your role change when you became company secretary?
I think the role changed principally because I had much more direct contact with the board members and with the chair. So previously, a lot had been done through Jane McLeod, whereas when I moved into the role, I was having more conversations directly with board members.
Thank you. And when you became company secretary, did you manage a team, a secretariat team?
I did.
And how many people were in that team?
It ranged over time. So we had some staff shortages at periods. So at one point there were just 2 of us, and at sort of full strength there were 5 of us.
And at what period were there only 2 of you?
Quite soon after I started at Post Office. So there were a couple of people who left very soon after I'd started, and there was already a vacancy. So we had just 2 of us for a few months.
Thank you. So turning then to the training you received when you joined the Post Office.
Yes.
Is it right that you didn't receive any specific briefings or induction on the issues being addressed by this inquiry when you joined the Post Office?
Not that I can recollect.
And did that include issues with the Horizon system?
Yes.
And also the group litigation proceedings which were ongoing at the time you joined the Post Office?
Yes, I didn't receive specific training or induction from recollection, but I was quite soon attending group executive and board meetings to minute those.
And I think that's something you touched on in your statement, that your understanding of the issues addressed by this inquiry came from listening to board and committee meetings. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you became company secretary, then is it correct you didn't receive any further specific induction or training at that point?
I didn't.
And you explain in your statement that you wouldn't criticise the lack of special induction given the nature of your role. Can you explain what you mean by that?
I think simply that, as you mentioned, I was carrying out a lot of the day-to-day functions as head of secretariat, and so the main change was to have much more direct interaction with board directors at the stage I became company secretary, and obviously had overall accountability when I moved into the company secretary role for running the function and the team.
With hindsight, do you think it would have been helpful to have any specific briefings or induction at the time you became company secretary?
Ideally.
And what would that have involved, ideally?
I think more than anything, it would be understanding whether there were any gaps in my knowledge about what I was expected to fulfil within the role of company secretary versus head of secretariat.
Thank you. So turning then to your role supporting the board specifically, yes. At paragraph 38 of your statement, you explained that you maintained the board forward plan, drafted the agenda and commissioned the papers that were presented to the board.
Yes.
And in terms of the forward plan, can you describe very briefly what that was?
Yes. So the forward plan for board meetings set out all of the cyclical items that were due to go to the board. So there would be a chief executive's report to each board meeting. There would be financial information to each board meeting. There would be a number of things that would come each year, such as the network report, the annual report and accounts, the business plan, and so on. And then there would be the additional items, which would be principally around different areas of different business lines within Post Office, so insurance and post and telecoms.
Thank you. And in terms of the board agenda, is it right that you drafted that with input from both the CEO and also members of the group executive team?
That's correct.
And the final version was approved by the chair of the board?
That's right.
And was that the case in terms of ordinary board meetings and also emergency board meetings?
Yes, certainly for ordinary board meetings. I think for additional board meetings, because they were additional, we wouldn't have had a forward plan of items for those. So yes, I would be seeking advice from others in the business about the content of additional board meeting agendas.
And whose responsibility was it to prioritise particular items of business in the agenda?
Principally the chairman and the chief executive.
And did you have any input into that decision?
Not really.
And when you say not really, is that in respect of particular items you might have had input?
Well, there will have been some governance items that I had produced and included on agendas. And because my team and I were maintaining a forward plan, I wanted to make sure that there weren't items slipping from that forward plan.
But other than that, you didn't have input into the prioritisation of those items?
No.
And once the chairman had approved the agenda, is it correct that you would then circulate that along with the papers for the board?
That's right.
And if there were further updates provided to the board outside meetings, would you expect to have been copied into that correspondence?
I would hope to be.
Could we please have the document with the reference Paul 00103607 on screen? And at the bottom of page 2, please. Thank you. So we can see there that's an email from Alistair Cameron to a number of members of the board on the 28th of June 2019, and you're copied into that email. The subject line is 3 updates, and he starts the email by saying, "Dear board," and if we go over the page, please, to the 3rd update, he says, "Thirdly, we have identified an issue on cash REMs, which creates differences with postmasters. We believe about 120 branches have been affected. We do not yet have a root cause, and that is the IT priority. In addition to contact with affected branches, full communications are going out today to reassure postmasters that we are aware, are resolving individual differences, and there will be no adverse consequences. The GLO team is engaged to ensure we manage this transparently and document it effectively. We've also had rumours of issues with scanning, but have not, I think that should be not, identified issues so far." So in respect of those kind of issues, were you expected to take any action when you were copied into emails like that?
Not if I was only copied in and there wasn't a specific request for me to do something.
And did you keep any kind of record of updates provided to the board in this way, so outside meetings?
Not just a general email, no.
And in terms of progressing matters, these kind of updates, whose responsibility was it to ensure that things like this were followed up on?
I think really it would depend who had sent the email in the first place. So had there been a specific action at a board meeting, then it would be for me to make sure that that was followed up on through completion of an action. But where it was an email from, in this instance, Al Cameron to the board, then as he had sent the email and copied me in and not asked me to do anything further, then I would expect him to have followed up on it.
And was that a formal arrangement, or was that just an informal understanding?
I think an informal understanding.
Thank you, that document can come down. So at paragraph 48 of your statement, you explain that the ordinary board packs tended to be lengthy. Was that the case throughout your time working for the post office?
It was the case throughout my time at working at the post office, but it became significantly more so during the period after the judgments had been handed down.
And did you have a role in determining the level of detail in the papers that were presented to the board?
We had, as the Secretariat, my team and I provided guidance on producing papers in a template, but not in terms of any detail. My team and I would have provided support around how to structure papers and how to structure, for example, the recommendation section of a paper where people needed support on that, but not anything on the substance of the recommendation or the content of the paper, because I wouldn't purport, and nobody in the Secretariat would have purported to be subject matter experts.
And a paragraph 50 of your statement, you observed that the level of detail required might vary depending on the trust and confidence felt by individual board members,
Yes.
which could vary over time. Can you explain a bit about what you mean by that?
Yes. So I think that some board directors will naturally be more interested in the detail than others, and so I think quite often your Audit and Risk Committee members will be quite keen on seeing the detail. But I also think more significantly, after the judgments have been handed down, well, I sort of any time after the Common Issues judgment had been handed down, at that stage, I think the board's confidence was undermined. And so therefore, board members were tending to seek more assurance about the information they received.
And then did that then lead to the board packs and the information going to the board becoming more lengthy?
That was a contributory factor, but I think just the range of issues that the board was considering after the judgments had been handed down.
Could we please have the document with a reference Paul 00393461 on screen, please? And at the bottom of page 1, we can see there's an email from you to the board on the 26th of June 2020, and you've attached draft board minutes. And the email above, directly above that, is a reply from Mr. Cooper, who's the shareholder representative on the board, and he says, I think a number of us are very keen to understand how issues with Horizon, such as the presence of some bugs currently and related process issues, for example, around outstanding dispute and time to resolution, are going to be reported so that we can get comfort that issues are being resolved in a timely way. I don't remember the conversation exactly, but I think there's an action for Julie and the team to come back to us on this, isn't there? Is that an example of a member of the board seeking further assurance from your team? What particular issues?
Yes, I think that's right.
And did you understand who Mr. Cooper was referring to when he said a number of us at the start of that email?
I don't think I could specifically say which board directors that meant, but certainly I would say it was true of non-executive board members.
Thank you. That document can come down. So at paragraph 35 of your statement, you explain that for ordinary board meetings, the papers and the agenda would normally be circulated a week in advance of the meeting. But you go on to explain that when the board started to meet more frequently, it wasn't always possible to send the papers a week in advance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in writing your statement, you also went back to look at the Post Office's annual report and consolidated financial statements to see how many times the board met each year. And the report records that in 2019 to 2020, the board met 13 times. The next year, that increased to 52. And the year after that, so 2021 to 2022, the board met 33 times. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is that a mixture of ordinary and additional board meetings?
It is, but there was a fairly regular cycle in 2020, 2021, looking at all of the inquiry-related matters. So those meetings tended to take place weekly, whereas the ordinary board meetings tended to take place monthly, with some additional meetings on topics such as funding as well.
And you explained that when the frequency of meetings increased, sometimes papers were only going to the board a day or two in advance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can we have a look at UKGI 000043629, please? Thank you. And at the bottom of page 1, please. So we see an email from Mr. Cameron to you on the 18th of November 2020, and that was sent at 18:51 hours. The subject line is board papers on HSS funding for tomorrow, and HSS is it's referred to as the Horizon Shortfall Scheme. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And he says, Veronica, I attached 3 papers for the board tomorrow. Please could you add them to in the following order? So how common was it for papers to be sent to the board the evening before meetings?
I think that was relatively unusual, but it was certainly the case when there were weekly board meetings that papers would only be sent a day or two in advance quite often.
And if we look further up that page, please, we see that Mr. Cameron sends the papers on to a number of individuals at UKGI later, a few minutes after sending it to you. And he says in paragraph 2 of his email, we have worked through all the comments, albeit in a bit of a rush, with some of the team attending the court proceedings. So did you notice any issue with the quality of the papers being submitted whenever this was being done only a day or two in advance?
I can't recall specific incidents of that being the case. However, I think that it's unlikely that papers being produced in a rush is going to provide an optimal paper.
Thank you. And if we could move then to look at UKGI 000411313, please. And halfway down that page then we can see an email from you on the 19th of May 2021 to a number of members of the board. And you say, dear all, given the papers for tomorrow's meeting were only circulated this morning and there are a lot of important decisions to take, the team has reviewed which decisions might wait, which are urgent and why. Just pausing there, is that the Secretariat team? Or who are you referring to there when you say the team?
Oh, no. The team I'm referring to is Herbert Smith Freehills and also the Historical Matters Business Unit. So they worked in conjunction when it came to looking at items going to the board and the papers going to the board on these matters.
Thank you. And you then go on to say, to this end, item 1 of the decision-making tools has been deferred to next week. And we can see that item 1 below is post-conviction claims. So do we understand from that because the board papers were received so late, decision-making in respect of this particular matter had to be deferred?
Yes, that's how I would read it, yes.
And was that something that was common in your experience?
I think it was common for agendas to move around quite a lot. I would say that one of the challenges, as well as the frequency of meetings at this stage was also that there was information coming from a number of external legal firms, as well as the Historical Matters business unit working on things. And so the coordination between those teams and discussions in flight did mean that the decisions sought of that committee were changing quite often.
Thank you. And if we just go down that page slightly, we then see that item 2, again, is the Horizon shortfall scheme. Is that correct?
It is.
So that was, again, something where the papers were going to the board relatively last minute.
Yes.
Thank you. That document can come down. So did anyone raise concerns with you about information relating to important decisions like this going to the board at the last minute?
I certainly think it was a challenge, particularly for non-executive directors, given that they very often had a portfolio of roles and were not full-time at Post Office. But I suspect it began to feel much more full-time than they might have wished. And it's absolutely a challenge for somebody who's not a permanent employee at an organisation to be expected to read quite complex and detailed papers at short notice.
Did anyone specifically raise concerns with you?
I think that concerns were raised periodically at those meetings and at board meetings about the amount of information that directors were expected to process and assimilate quickly.
And do you think that this was inevitable given the position that Post Office found itself in at the time, or could anything have been done to handle the situation better?
I think there was probably a tension between wanting to progress matters quickly and giving people enough time to thoroughly assess the recommendations.
And do you think that anything could have been done to assist with that?
I think probably the coordination between the internal team and the external legal firms might have been better, because I think sometimes the external legal teams wanted to get matters into a particular board meeting to get a decision, and that sometimes meant that papers were later than one would have wished.
And when you say external legal teams, who are you referring to in particular?
Principally Herbert Smith Freehills, but Peters and Peters was also involved.
And in terms of the resulting impact on your secretariat team, at paragraph 91 of your statement, you say that time had to be spent dealing with new problems as they arose. Post Office executives were working at full stretch, and the volumes of meetings and the governance support required meant that my team and I were at times struggling to keep up. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And at what point did you start thinking that your team was struggling to keep up?
I think it took me longer than it should have done, but I don't think I was initially aware that the volume of meetings was going to be sustained over such a long period of time. And I also, having not been in any situation like it before, I didn't really recognise for some while that it was a company in complete crisis. But, you know, I think probably I should have realised earlier, but I didn't really appreciate, and probably until 2021, that it was really unsustainable.
And so at that point, then you realised the need for additional resource in your team, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you also go on to explain in your statement that by that point, it was difficult to attract and retain new governance professionals in your team.
It was.
And why do you say that?
I think probably a combination of things. I think that Post Office's reputation was obviously severely damaged. It also happened to coincide with a spike in demand for mid-level company secretaries. And I also, you know, in good conscience, when interviewing people, I couldn't do anything other than say that it was a difficult situation. It wouldn't have been fair not to advise people of that. And had I not done so, I don't think people would have stayed anyway. So that probably excluded some candidates from wanting to join as well.
And at paragraph 97 of your statement, you also say that you characterise it in the following way. You say that one of the reasons was that the post office was a pressure cooker, in your words, at that point. And can you explain what you mean by that?
I think that the organisation couldn't cope with the volume of work across a wide range of issues. I think the senior leadership of the post office was primarily private sector and had skills and experience in business, but was much less well served to be able to deal with all of the matters that the inquiry is dealing with, and also because of the very poor image of the organisation and the need to provide additional assurance to a whole range of stakeholders. That was driving additional work through things like increases in freedom of information requests. So across the piece, and needing to pivot from all of the matters that are being addressed by the inquiry and running the business of today, attempting to change the culture of the organisation, I don't think there was the bandwidth or the resource. And then the organisation also had severe funding challenges, which then meant it couldn't invest in what it needed to support postmasters better.
Thank you. So turning then to a new topic, which is meeting minutes.
Yes.
And from mid-2020, is it right that you were attending and minuting the majority of group executive, board and committee meetings?
That's correct.
And you explain in your statement that you moved to a fuller style of minutes in general when you became company secretary.
That's correct.
And why was that?
I thought that given everything that had happened with the group litigation, there would be far more focus on the organisation and a need for individual directors to be able to demonstrate challenge. And so I thought it was important to be able to show who was saying what and what information they were asking for.
And in terms of the attribution of particular points to particular people, you explain in your statement that you had raised the issue with the chairman at the time, Mr. Parker. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when was that?
That was probably at some point in 2020.
And can you explain the nature of the conversation that you had with him?
I think it was a fairly brief one, which was explaining, I think, what I've just mentioned about the importance of being able to show where individual directors had made particular points given the situation.
So was it a conversation initiated by you or by Mr. Parker?
By me.
So I want to turn to a specific issue with meeting minutes that you address quite fully in your statement, and that concerns the bonus scheme, which is called the Transformation Incentive Scheme.
Yes.
So after leaving the post office, you became aware that this scheme was the subject of an independent review by the Department of Business and Trade. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So could we please have RLIT 40337, thank you very much, on screen. We can see that this is a review that was conducted by the law firm Simmons & Simmons, and it concerned a review of the governance relevant to Post Office Limited senior executive remuneration in August 2023. And if we could turn to page 3 of that document, please. And starting at paragraph 1.2, explains that the background to our review is that on the 1st of March 2023, the Post Office published its annual report and accounts for the financial year 21-22, containing the Post Office Director's remuneration report. Going down to paragraph 1.4, The annual report and accounts included a summary table setting out the performance assessment for the inquiry metric and its sub-metrics. The relevant sub-metric for the purpose of our review is known as the inquiry support target. In relevant part, the summary table reads as follows, and the metric is set out at the bottom of that table, and under target it says all evidence required and information supplied on time with confirmation from Sir Wyn Williams and team that Post Office's performance supported and enabled the inquiry to finish in line with expectations, and it's marked as having been achieved. So this review then focused on the decision making which led to this metric being marked as achieved in summary. So if we could move to page 23 of this report, please. And but halfway down the page, thank you. The header there was REMCO, and that's the Remuneration Committee. Decision that the inquiry metric had been achieved and that bonuses should be awarded in accordance with it justifiable. And at paragraph 3.62, it states, it's important to note that because of the poor standard of REMCO minutes, it's not clear precisely what decision the REMCO took at the relevant REMCO meetings held on the 25th of January 2022 and the 22nd of February 2022. Further, the recollections of those involved are sufficiently different that we cannot be certain that those attending those meetings were clear about how the REMCO in fact read the second limb of the inquiry support target, though there is evidence to support a conclusion that REMCO took the first reading. Is it correct then that you took the minutes at the meeting on the 25th of January 2022?
That's correct.
And another member of your team took the minutes at the meeting on the 22nd of February 2022.
That's correct.
And you left the business then shortly thereafter.
Yes.
So you weren't interviewed as part of this review, is that correct?
That's correct.
So going then to paragraph 3.64. In terms of our review, this governance weakness has meant that it's been extremely challenging to reach a firm conclusion about the basis for REMCO's decisions and therefore to determine whether those decisions were justifiable. There's an excerpt then from the meeting minutes if we go to page 51. And that's the excerpt from the meeting that you minuted.
Yes.
Which says, Tom Cooper asked how we would evidence that we were meeting the requirements of the public inquiry. Nick Reid said that we could provide the positive feedback we'd received from the inquiry team on the disclosures we had made. AW, I think that's Angela Williams, added that the Post Office team could evidence that the disclosure requests had been met and the timings of these. Then Tidswell noted that the appendix to the inquiry paper in the board pack provided some helpful detail about our interactions with the inquiry team. And finally, paragraph 7.44, it says, it seems likely that Tom Cooper's sensible question would have been raised in the context of a broader discussion about the inquiry support target. However, this limited record of that discussion does not take us any further in understanding how the inquiry support target was read by REMCO. So at paragraph 225 of your statement, you explain that you don't think the committee was being asked to take a decision in this meeting. Can you explain a bit about why you think that's the case?
Yes, of course. So this was an additional Remuneration Committee meeting, and the committee at that meeting was receiving an update rather than being asked to take any decisions.
And is that then the reason why we don't see any decision reflected in the minutes?
That's correct.
And what is your response to the criticisms made earlier in that review that the governance framework was inadequate and the meeting minutes were of a poor standard?
I think that generally speaking, the minutes were of an adequate standard, and that Remuneration Committee members had a chance to comment on those drafts.
And is it the case that after you drafted those minutes, you circulated them to the committee and they were approved by the committee?
They were.
And that document can come down. Thank you. So it's your response that you think that those meeting minutes are adequate?
I completely accept that the minutes of both meetings have been deemed to be inadequate, and that the minutes of the meeting that discussed and approved the bonus scheme payments didn't record the information that was required to make it clear why the decision had been taken to apply discretion and to approve the sub-metric on providing information to the inquiry.
Is it your view that the decision was actually reached in the February meeting rather than in the meeting that you minuted?
Yes, because the January meeting, the committee wasn't being asked to take a decision, it was receiving an update.
Thank you. And you go on to explain at paragraph 230 of your statement that on occasion decisions of the Remuneration Committee were sought and obtained outside meetings. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in those circumstances, sometimes the Secretariat team weren't aware that the decision had been taken?
That's correct.
Could we please have Paul 00448778 on screen, please? And halfway down page 1, please, we can see an email from Angela Williams to you on the 25th of June 2021, and the subject is Remuneration Committee, 1st of July 2021. She says, thanks for this, please see comments below. So if we go over the page, please. And at the paragraph starting 3A, it says approval of the Transformation Incentive Scheme metrics. This refers to approval by email for postmaster satisfaction metric, which I don't think I've seen. The paper refers to the shareholder approval being required for the CEO, but I think this should be for the CFO as well. And in red then is Ms. Williams' response to your question. I've received Tim, Lisa and Ken's approvals, but still awaiting Tom. I will chase again on Monday. Agree it would apply to everyone, and then we need to do a separate approval letter / paper for Nick, and we'll also reference Al, but he should be included as a GE member under this approval anyway. And if we go then to the top of page 1, please, which is your response. You email Ms. Williams and say, with approvals, it would be better if they came from COSEC. Is that the company secretary?
Yes, thank you.
So that we have a clear company record and audit trail. In brackets, not being precious, it's just that record keeping has been a bit of an issue and people always come back to COSEC when looking for decisions. Is that an example of a decision being made without your team being made aware?
It is.
And at paragraph 230 of your statement, you say, I'm not suggesting this was deliberate, more indicative of a lack of continuity and thereby understanding of the required governance. Can you help us with what you mean by that?
Yes. There had been a very high turnover of chief people officers. I was at Post Office for 4 years, and in that time there were 5 chief people officers. And I think the absence of continuity certainly had an impact on Remuneration Committee issues.
So do we take from that it was, you're suggesting that the chief people officer maybe didn't know that you should be looped in on all of these decisions being taken?
I think that's right.
And was this a common occurrence?
I think that it was more difficult with remuneration issues than anything else because of the requirements for shareholder approval. And I think that meant that there were more discussions outside of meetings and not going through formal governance than would otherwise be the case. And part of the issue was that there was an open timeline for obtaining approval. So I think if you'd been able to say that you could get an approval within a few weeks, that might have been one thing. But there were some instances where approvals were sought but not obtained for the best part of a year.
And in that email, you refer to the fact that record keeping has been a bit of an issue. Are you referring there to the Remuneration Committee specifically, or a wider issue?
I was thinking specifically about remuneration issues.
And do you remember any conversation following you raising this concern with Ms Williams?
No, but I think that Angela had responded to my email and was supportive of making sure that my team were looped in future.
And did that in fact happen? Did you see a change?
I wasn't aware of formal decisions not coming through through myself and my team, but I would say that it was still the case that there were quite a lot of conversations outside of Remuneration Committee meetings, principally because of, as I say, needing to obtain shareholder approval. And so the chair of the Remuneration Committee, the chairman, and the shareholder representative would quite often have separate conversations.
And how did you become aware that those conversations were taking place without your knowledge?
Well, usually because when we got to a formal governance point through a Remuneration Committee meeting, the position would sometimes have moved on from the previous meeting, and it was clear from some of the papers coming through that that had been on the back of the conversations taking place outside of meetings.
Did you raise that as a separate concern, that you weren't aware of these conversations going on outside the meetings?
I didn't, because I thought it was the nature of the beast, as it were, because of requiring shareholder approval, and therefore, and as I mentioned, the approval could take a long period of time. So it wasn't going to be the case that there was a Remuneration Committee meeting convened necessarily to have a sort of sub-conversation to progress an existing matter.
Thank you. Could we have Paul 00104112 on screen, please? Thank you. And at page 3, please. And we see an email from Mr. Cooper to you and a number of others, but it's addressed to you on the 22nd of April 2020. And he says, I've got a few points on the minutes from the last meeting. Given the people that received this email, do we take from that as the board meeting that he's talking about?
Yes.
And he then goes on to say, in the matters resolved in paragraph 7, it mentions a route map of decisions leading to the GLO and makes specific reference to who knew about the Deloitte report. I'd like to clarify the who knew about question should apply to the various pieces of work commissioned, one following the Post Office response to the second site report, 2 following termination of the mediation scheme, and 3 following the Jonathan Swift QC report. He goes on to say, although not discussed explicitly last week, I hope we can agree also to look at whether recommended actions, for example by the QCs, were not completed or only partially completed. A good example is the Deloitte report, which, as I understand it, only addressed the Horizon system since 2010, notwithstanding the QC's recommendation to look at remote access over the life of the Horizon system. So is this Mr. Cooper asking for greater clarity in the minutes of the board meeting?
Yes, I would read it as such. I think what Tom Cooper was saying was that he was providing the Deloitte report and who knew about that when as an example of what information was known by the board, by whom and when, but that actually he wanted to extend that to all of the issues that were going to the board or not going to the board.
Thank you. So if we go to the email above then, please. And you reply saying, thanks, Tom, I'll make those changes. And then the next email above. and that's an email from Carla Stent on the 23rd of April 2020. She says 2 further comments from me on reading the minutes and provides 2 items, and then points out that there's a typo in one of the appendices. If we go to the email above then from you, you send that email on to Mr. Parker on the 23rd of April 2020, and you say, please find attached the revised minutes with track changes. So is this a kind of typical example of when you sent the draft board minutes and people then coming back to you with suggestions for further input?
Yes.
And when you read that exchange, is that indicative of your initial draft minutes being inadequate, or is it the case that people are seeking further assurance, as you explained previously?
I would expect it in the normal course of producing minutes to ask people who directors attending the meeting to provide comments on those minutes. That I would just see as a normal way to do things.
Thank you. And just finally, if we looked at the email above. Thank you. And we see that that's an email from Mr. Parker, and he says, I'm okay with the revised minute. So would that then be the point where that would then be approved as the formal minute of that meeting?
That would be the final draft, but the final draft would then go into the next meeting pack for approval at the subsequent meeting.
Thank you. So that can come down then, please. So turning then to the topic of governance reporting.
Yes.
So is it correct that the Post Office reported on its governance processes annually in the governance report?
That's correct.
And that report addressed the findings of board and committee effectiveness reviews?
That's correct.
And can you explain briefly what those reviews entailed, please?
Yes. So Post Office would carry out a board and committee effectiveness review each year, and typically there would be an externally facilitated review every 3rd year, which is in accordance with best practice under the UK Corporate Governance Code. For the internally facilitated review, I would work with the Senior Independent Director, take proposals for a questionnaire to the Nominations Committee for approval. I would then send out the questionnaire, collate the responses, draft a report and share that initially with the Senior Independent Director for review, and then the report would be sent to the board, and the board would discuss that and then subsequently would discuss and agree recommendations arising from that review. With the externally facilitated review, the Nominations Committee made a selection of external providers tendering, and they would conduct that review. That would be more comprehensive than an internal review because it would include interviews with all of the board members and a number of additional senior executives.
And in terms of the external review then, was your role to provide feedback from that review to the board?
The external facilitator would provide that feedback.
And did you then follow up on which recommendations from those reviews should be taken forward?
That's right.
And keep track of whether they'd in fact been achieved?
That's correct.
Could we please have your witness statement on screen at WITN 11420100? Thank you very much. And at paragraph 89, beg your pardon, you explain, in my opinion, the formal governance arrangements at the time I left the Post Office were, as a matter of general principle, adequate, but were no longer effective to deal with the issues which had arisen. So just pausing there, some people might think that's a contradiction in terms that something could be adequate but ineffective. Can you explain what you mean by that?
I think that the governance framework was adequate, but I think that because of the pressure that the organisation was under and beginning to be able to not able to deliver across the range of issues it was having to deal with. It would have been better to step back and see whether we needed to change any of the governance arrangements. And I'm thinking in particular about the very high volume of meetings, the pressure that put on non-executive directors, and also that I think that the nature of decisions can change in a time of crisis, particularly where you're needing to seek a lot of, where you're being asked to provide a lot of additional assurance because of the low level of trust that, the shareholder had in the board and the board had to some extent in the executive.
And you go on to explain that the volume of meetings and the range of decisions the board was required to take to address the findings of the judgments and all that flowed from this, while trying to oversee the running of the business in precarious financial circumstances, and with some of the senior relationships starting to break down, in particular the CEO Nick Reid and the CFO Alistair Cameron, meant the demands on board time were, in my opinion, in excess of what would generally be regarded as sustainable. So how long do you think the board had been trying to operate at a level which was unsustainable by the time that you left the post office?
I think that from probably the spring of 2020, when the CCRC had referred cases to the Court of Appeal Criminal Division, and when the board had decided that it needed to be responsible for reviewing all of the inquiry-related matters because they were too important to be dealt with by a subcommittee of the board alone, that was probably the point at which it began to be far, far in excess of the hours set out in people's appointment letters.
And in relation to your reference there to the breakdown between Nick Reid and Mr. Cameron, how do you think that impacted the board's work?
Well, I think it's never helpful to have strained relationships within the top team, and it diverts attention away from the matters an organisation should be focusing on to other matters.
And did you observe the breakdown of any other senior relationships in your time working for the Post Office?
Not that I would call out.
Thank you, that can come down. So paragraph 210 of your witness statement, you also explained that the governance structure at the Post Office is made more complex by having a shareholder representative on the board who is not in fact from the shareholder. Can you help us with what you mean by that?
Yeah. I would say that had Post Office only been dealing with running Post Office and developing Post Office, then having a shareholder representative from UKGI would have made absolute sense, because the UKGI executive directors come from a business background, and so arguably they're better placed to be able to provide oversight of the operation of a commercial business. But actually, once you got into the stage of post the judgments being handed down, you were dealing with needing to obtain funding from government, needing to understand how government operated, and also there were lots of sensitivities around things like remuneration, which I think somebody from a purely private sector background is less attuned to than somebody who is experienced in working in the public sector. And so having a shareholder representative directly from the shareholder, in my opinion, would have made more sense at that time.
Thank you. And you've already alluded to it, but at paragraph 92 of your statement, you said that reflecting on things, more consideration should have been given to how to manage governance arrangements during a period of crisis for the company. Could we have a look at Paul 00448723, please? And this is one of the effectiveness reviews, the externally facilitated one that you referred to earlier. And it is from March 2021. And if we could go to page 4 of that report, please. And looking at paragraph 8. it says that boards typically need actively to shift on a board governance spectrum at times of crisis, being close to the operational detail, and then moving back to a more normal position of strategic oversight. As the Post Office Board starts to emerge from a time of intense work on the historical litigation and looks ahead to shaping a positive future for the business, it will want to move back to a position where its focus is less operational and more on strategic oversight. This move needs to be underpinned by grounded trust and evidence-based confidence that the organisation is fully under control. The main theme of this report could therefore be called Moving Along the Strategic Operational Spectrum, considering how the board can plan and best equip itself to make this move when it becomes possible. So is this what you mean when you refer to reflecting on what it means to govern a company in a time of crisis?
Not specifically that point, because I think that by the time I left Post Office in March 2022, it was still very much in a period of crisis, and therefore the non-executives were more closely involved than might normally be the case. I think the things I was thinking of were to do with looking at things like how you allocated resource when, because of the different demands on the company, you quite often needed to pivot resource from one matter to another, and you needed to be able to have flexible resource. And I think at the time there was a lot of activity going on, a lot of looking at, for example, how to address the findings from the judgments, a lot of activity in terms of how do we better support postmasters, how do we change our culture, how do we engage more. But I don't think there was an overarching crisis management plan, and actually I think that's probably what was needed for governance, but for other matters as well.
And whose responsibility would it have been to formulate and propose that overarching strategy plan?
I think principally the chief executive.
And do you think that's something that, from a governance perspective, you should have raised at the time?
Had I reflected at that time and understood at that time that it was a sustained period of crisis and how that might impact on decision making, yes, but unfortunately I didn't.
So the final topic I want to address is the culture in the Post Office during your time working there. So at paragraph 215 of your statement, you explain that when you joined Post Office, the board's focus was on the defence of the GLO proceedings rather than the experience of those involved in it. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And is that something that you thought of at the time, or is that something that you've thought about reflecting on?
That's with the benefit of hindsight and understanding now what actually happened.
And you described there being a period of shock following the handing down of the Common Issues judgment in March 2019. And how did that manifest? Like, what did you see that led you to conclude that the business was in a period of shock?
I think that there was, I think people will be well aware that there was a period following the Common Issues judgment being handed down where Post Office sought to ask for the judge to recuse himself. And so I believe it took some while for the board to actually fully understand and absorb the fact that the approach taken to the group litigation had been entirely wrong in substance and in tone. But I think that by the end of 2019, when the Horizon Issues judgment was handed down, the board members had actually realised that they had followed the completely wrong approach to the litigation.
And at paragraph 109 of your statement, you explain that following those judgments being handed down at board level, there seemed to you to be a desire to lead and drive cultural change. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you notice that across the board or in relation to particular members of the board?
Across the board.
Can we have your witness statement back on screen, please? WITN 11420100 at page 43. And there, at paragraph 132, you say that I recall sometimes work to make the post office more postmaster-centric, unearthed additional problems, which to me demonstrated the scale of the cultural challenge. So pausing there, whenever you were talking about the desire for cultural change, was making the business more postmaster-centric the driving force behind that?
I believe so.
But you explain there, I recall that when SPMs were asked about their experience of the branch support centre, that was one of the initiatives set up after the judgments.
No, it was an existing support centre, but postmasters had been asked for their views about how it was operating in practice, and there was a senior leadership group session where 3 postmasters came to explain how they found support or lack of support from Post Office.
And did you attend that meeting?
I did.
And you explained their responses revealed that not only was it often not easy to get queries resolved, but also that the tone and attitude of those working in the branch support centre were considered an issue. So can you provide any specific examples of when tone and attitude were raised as an issue?
One of the postmasters who'd attended that meeting explained where he had called the support centre and hadn't been able to resolve an issue and had to call back again, rather than somebody saying, well, we're very sorry that we haven't managed to sort out your query first time round. It was more of a, oh, it's you again sort of response.
And when were these issues? Did that meeting take place?
This will have been in 2020 or perhaps early 21.
Thank you. That can come down. So you also point to the appointment of the sub-postmaster and non-executive directors as another cultural shift. And why did you think that represented another shift in the business?
Because I think it was bringing postmasters into the top-tier decision-making forum of the company and able to influence the strategic direction of the company.
And did you have a role in the onboarding process for Mr. Ismail and Mr. Jacobs?
I did.
And can you explain what your role was in that process?
Yes. It was to help with the induction process. The induction process was, supported by a number of people, but when it came to providing induction materials, that fell mainly to me.
And was that actually drafting the induction materials or collating them?
Well, we had a standard bundle when it came to core documents such as the Articles of Association and so on. But when it came to producing the briefing note, I produced that with input from others.
And what issues were on your mind when you were drafting that might be particular to SPM NEDs who were joining the board as opposed to other board members?
I don't think I thought of anything particularly in terms of the briefing note, because the briefing note was to set out the main topics that the board was considering at that time and then providing papers that linked to those main topics. I think in thinking about sub-postmasters joining the board, the things I was thinking about was the time commitment, given the state of crisis the company was in and the very high volume of board meetings that were being held. The fact that most of the non-executives had a portfolio of non-executive roles, whereas Saf Ishmael and Elliot Jacobs were running post offices and retail businesses, so the time commitment was going to be harder for them than the other non-executives. The non-executives on the post office board, I think, had said to a person that it was the most challenging non-executive role they had. So it was things like that that I was thinking about when they were joining the board.
Thank you. Could we have on screen, please, Paul 00448777? And page 2, please. And if we could go down that page, please. Thank you. So that is, at the bottom of that page, is an email from you on the 28th of January 2021 to Mr. Parker. And if we go to the second paragraph of that email, which is over the page. And you explain there are a number of governance issues I've flagged. We already breached the UK corporate governance code as Tom sits on REMCO and ARC, but isn't an independent NED. And if the PM NEDs, that's the sub-postmaster NEDs, were to join committees, we'd exacerbate that issue. We will, in any case, no longer have a majority of independent NEDs on the board. Can you explain that issue that you're raising there, please?
Yes, so under the UK Corporate Governance Code, the subcommittees of boards are meant only to have a membership of independent non-executive directors. And the reason for that is that not being independent is seen as one factor that can impair the objectivity of your decision making.
And you go on to say, as you know, explaining rather than complying is always an option. And to be honest, it's less the independence issue that I'm concerned about than it being overwhelming if the new appointees have no prior board experience, are trying to do a full-time day job and have a substantial induction programme to cover. So there are the new appointees that you're referring to are the sub-postmaster NEDs.
That's right.
And just to break that sentence down, when you say explaining rather than complying is always an option, do you mean that you can explain a breach of the UK governance code?
Yes, the UK governance code allows companies to explain why they're not following a particular provision where there's a good reason not to do so.
And at that point, given that there was already a breach because Mr. Cooper sat on REMCO and ARC, had the Post Office in fact explained that breach of the governance code?
In its governance report, in the annual report and accounts, I believe it did.
And you explain it's less the independence issue rather that it might be overwhelming if the SPM NEDs were to sit on board committees. So is your primary concern it being too much information too quickly for the SPM NEDs? Yes,
given the situation the company was in at the time. But I do say elsewhere, I believe, that my suggestion was that the new postmaster NEDs, and we didn't know, I believe, at this time, who the new postmaster NEDs were going to be, and therefore whether they had prior board experience or not. But my subsequent suggestion was that the postmaster NEDs attended one of each of the committee meetings to get a feel for how they operated, but that there was a pause for a few months on considering whether to appoint them to committees so that they had time essentially to get their feet under the table. And when you say it's less the independence issue that I'm concerned about, was that because, in your view, Post Office could just explain the situation? Yes, and there'd been a very valid reason for the shareholder representative being on those committees, so there would equally have been an argument for the postmaster NEDs to join those committees. Thank you. That document can come down. Mr. Jacobs gave evidence to the inquiry last week, and he explained in his evidence that the Post Office, in his view, underestimated the need to train the new SPM NEDs properly and described the training as intense but limited. Did either of the SPM NEDs raise concerns with you at the time? They didn't at the time, but then I think you have to set that in the context of Saf and Elliot having been through quite an intensive induction programme and my leaving post office within 10 months of them starting. So they probably hadn't at that stage really, if anything, recovered from the initial induction programme.
And you explained that by the time you left the post office, your view was that they were full and valued participants at board meetings and their contributions were valued.
That was what I felt from my observation of those meetings, and the fact that they were, looking back at the minutes, they were contributing across all of the topics raised at board.
And the inquiry is familiar with the Times article dated the 19th of February 2024, and I think you've also seen a copy of that article.
I have.
And in that article, Mr. Jacobs is reported to have said that the culture is still exists, that postmasters are guilty and on the take, and that him and Mr. Ismail continue to be ignored and seen by many as an annoyance. Is that something you observed?
Not at board level, and I think my primary contact with Saf and Elliot was at board meetings and around board meetings.
And when you say not at board level, did you observe it in other areas of the business?
Not that I came into contact with, no.
And did you receive any reports of that kind of feeling in different areas of the business?
No, though I think, as I've mentioned in my witness statement, there were clearly still cultural issues. I've mentioned the help centre not being helpful.
Thank you. So, despite observing a desire for a cultural change at board level, you explained that there are a number of things that pointed the opposite direction. In your witness statement, you provide the example of a colleague survey in March 2022, which returned poor results. And what's your recollection of that survey?
My recollection of that survey and the results was that the position hadn't materially improved from when McKinsey had carried out an organisational health index, and the results of that were that it placed Post Office in the lowest quartile when it came to their benchmark of results, and that one of the things that stood out particularly was low levels of trust across the organisation, but including within the senior leadership group.
Thank you. And just finally, then, if we could look back to your witness statement, WITN 11420100 at page 40. And at paragraph 123, thank you, you say, ultimately, though, by the time I left in March 2022, I thought that the Post Office reputation might have been damaged beyond the point of repair, and that the huge challenges for the business going forward, as well as addressing the issues of the past while in a precarious financial position, might have made the changes needed culturally and otherwise undeliverable. So why do you say there that you think the Post Office's reputation might have been damaged beyond the point of repair?
Because I think those low levels of trust permeated throughout the organisation, the view of the shareholder of Post Office and in the outside world.
Thank you, Ms. Branton. Those are all the questions I have for you. Sir, can I just check, first of all, if you have any questions for Ms. Branton?
No, thank you, no.
And I'll just turn to co-participants. Yes. Sir, Mr. Steen has 2 minutes worth of questions. So I think that'd be fine without having a break. But I go to the stenographer to, yes, I think that we have agreement from the shorthand writer.
All right, Mr. Steen, you've limited yourself very strictly. Over.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Branton, my name is Sam Steen. I represent a large number of sub-postmasters and people that worked in branches as well. The topic I want to ask you about is about the other handover, the handover to the witness that we had earlier today. That's Ms. Scarrabelotti, okay, because she took over from your role.
She did.
You've just been speaking to Ms. Miller about the fact of other people coming on board at the post office,
yes,
and about the induction process and the like. So I just want to ask you about her induction process and what she knew about it. Paragraph 124 of your statement which is a paragraph after the one Ms. Miller looked at, you're referring there to people who are joining potentially an organisation in crisis may want to because it's a challenge, because they want to be part of turning it around. And in the paragraph Ms. Miller was pointing to, you say there that there were lots of difficulties and you weren't certain it could survive the post office. So, with that rather long introduction, minute 2 now, did you tell Ms. Scarrabelotti that, look, this place is in crisis, really not sure it's heading for a great future? Did you give her that as a basic part of her induction?
I don't think I would have put it as baldly as that.
No.
I think I will have explained the great pressures the organisation was under.
Because there's a 10-page note that you left her. And if I don't have the time within my self-imposed 2 minutes, but you remember it perhaps, it certainly doesn't convey a sense of crisis. It does talk about the challenges in having meetings, and there's lots of meetings.
Yeah.
But it doesn't say the word crisis or anything close to that. Why not?
I'd probably be more likely to talk to somebody about that than put it in a note.
And did you, though? That's the question.
Did I? I think I probably talked about the pressure of work rather than talking about. I don't think I will have said that the organisation was in a state of crisis. And I think some of my understanding of the organisation being in a state of crisis is having stepped back from being in that pressure cooker environment and really fully understanding that.
And so really, in the last dying seconds, if I've probably trespassed over my 2 minutes, one of the things, you were there for about 4 years, since 2018. You
Yes.
lived through the High Court litigation, the Court of Appeal case, the start of this inquiry, and so on.
Yes.
So you kind of saw it all at that stage.
Yes.
And I think you recognised trying to find people that can take on these pressures, these difficulties. It's really problematic.
It is.
Thank you, Ms. Branton.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Steen. That's it, is it, Ms. Miller?
It is. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Branton, for coming to give evidence and for providing a witness statement. I'm very grateful to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think we're back Tuesday next week.
10 o'clock on Tuesday morning, everyone.
Yes. Thank you.
Bye.